Hello and welcome. I'm Dr. Sandra Marie, your host for the Art of the Nervous System Care Summit. I know that there are a lot of summits out there, and this one might feel a little different to everyone. We have brought together a truly unique and eclectic group of presenters. You're going to be hearing many different points of view and a lot of different modalities. I think some will feel a little familiar, but some perhaps are going to be new to you. That variety was intentional. This isn't there just isn't one right way to care for yourself. Regulate stress or find steadiness in these challenging times we're in right now. What works for one person, it just may not work for the next person. This summit was created to reflect that reality, to offer options, perspectives, different tools, rather than just a one single framework approach. Over the next 3 days, you're going to hear from clinicians, practitioners, teachers, guides, each sharing from their own experience in their own area of work. Some sessions are going to be practical, some are going to be reflective, others are going to be experiential, but all are going to offer an invitation. Not prescriptions, but an invitation. Most of the sessions are live over the next 3 days. We do have a few that are recorded, and we are 100% virtual. So please join the live chat, introduce yourself, let us know where you're watching from. If you have any questions or comments, put them in the chat. And if time allows, we'll include a brief Q&A with the different sessions. So excited to see who's watching us and where you're from. Before we begin, I do want to take just a quick minute here to thank the presenters who were all really generous enough to say yes to being in the summit. The depth and the diversity of the people that have joined in their voices, that's truly what's going to make this gathering different. It's also important, I really want to thank all of you for taking time to also join us and explore what care might look like from many different angles. So, with no further ado, let's get started. And welcome, Heather Lee.
Hello, Dr. Sandra.
It has been a long time. So I'm really honored to have you here. Heather Lee is someone whose work sits really truly at a unique intersection. She brings together a medical understanding. She definitely has a lot of lived experience and deep energetic intelligence for sure. Having a path through nervous system dysregulation and chronic illness, Heather Lee is going to speak from experience rather than from theory. She invites people to listen differently to their bodies, to recognize symptoms as meaningful cues that can lead to greater self-trust and presence. Heather Lee, she works with the nervous system as a gateway to embodiment, resilience, and expanded capacity. Welcome.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sandra. It is wonderful to be here. Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you great.
All
You
right,
sound
great.
good, you look good.
Thank you.
You're going to do a little bit of a presentation, so do you want me to just let you take it from here?
Sure. Yeah,
Awesome.
Thank you very much. Well, hello, everybody. I'm so excited to be here. I think Sandra has put together an incredible opportunity for practitioners to share what's out there with everybody, and for those of you who are seeking to find something that resonates with you. So today I'm going to be presenting my Your Nervous System is Asking for More Light, and understanding your true superpower through that experience. As Sandra said, I'm Heather Lee Strom, and we're just going to kick it right off here today. So a couple of decades ago, I was working as a home health physical therapist, caring for an older woman who was visibly distressed by the presence of her own adult son in the room. He was a very large man who appeared mentally unstable. And he began asking me some really increasingly invasive personal questions, which made me uncomfortable, and I didn't want to answer. So I tried to politely redirect, and that enraged him. So he stormed out of the room. Now, I noticed instantly that my patient's face turned to panic. And for some reason, I instantly noticed the taste of metal in my mouth, which I hadn't experienced before. And I heard a voice in my head say, "Run." So you can imagine how I felt at that moment. I sprinted to my car. I didn't ask any questions. I just sprinted to my car. And as I drove away, I turned to see the man appear on the front porch with a shotgun. So that was the day I lived, because my nervous system knew something that I didn't know and I couldn't see. And had I questioned it, I would have been in big trouble. And here's what I want to establish today. Your nervous system is responding intelligently to a world that we've learned to ignore. It does far more than monitor your internal biology. It's also tapped into your energetic field, your collective intelligence, and survival memory. It is a complex system that deserves to be understood on a level greater than biology alone. That's what we're going to talk about today. What it needs from us in today's culture is not regulation, but liberation. These are profoundly different concepts. And today we're going to be exploring that. So I'm going to be covering a lot of material, and I'd like to invite you just to listen. I'm happy to share my notes with you afterwards, so don't feel like you have to write all this stuff down. So, if you've been feeling overwhelmed, anxious, or unusually sensitive, I want to propose this question. Is it possible your nervous system is registering something you've been taught to overlook? Your nervous system is intelligent. It responds to conditions, environments, and subtle threats to safety, and it communicates that. It communicates what it perceives through sensation, emotion, and physiological responses, right? We've been trained to accept a very narrow expectation of how the nervous system should function. We expect it to tolerate constant input, endless multitasking, pushing emotion aside on demand, right? Remaining productive in environments that are anything but supportive. And by that, I mean the presence of neurotoxins, EMF, and 5G frequency. These 4 points are so significant that I've created an additional talk around them, which I will share information about that with you in a moment. So, when our nervous system struggles under these conditions, we assume something is wrong, don't we? What's wrong with me, right? But in reality, the world has changed. The volume and velocity of information has changed. And many nervous systems are becoming more sensitive because they are paying attention to what we've been trained to ignore. Just think about that for a second. Your nervous system also doesn't know the difference between a real danger and an imaginary one. Things like social media, entertainment, memories, those repeated thoughts we have about our past. These all register and collect in the system. Even thinking about them creates stress. Now, just pause for a moment and really take that in. It's a lot. Think about how normalized we've become to daily violence, stimulation, and the pressure our nervous systems are exposed to. Just by scrolling on Facebook, watching a violent action movie, or replaying painful memories or bad choices. Consider what your nervous system is experiencing with all of this. We've been trained to ignore the electrical spikes these send through the body, Our conscious mind will say, oh, it's not real, or it's not happening to me, or it doesn't really affect me, right? But energy doesn't lie, brain waves don't lie, and that's what your nervous system is tuned into. So, perhaps if you're feeling overwhelmed, unsafe, unable to rest or maybe sleep at night, might it be your nervous system is communicating to you that the reality we live in has drifted out of bounds. That's a big one. Just ponder that as we continue, okay? It's a lot. As my opening story demonstrated, the nervous system doesn't only process biological information, it mediates perception, intuition, nonverbal knowing. It functions as an early warning and guidance system, as well as a connection to your higher wisdom. And when we understand that, the relationship shifts. The nervous system stops being something to fight or control, as in downregulate, and becomes something we can listen to, partner with, and trust. Now, I studied the nervous system medically. I was trained to rehabilitate it physically. But after enduring multiple traumas to my own nervous system, including brain surgery, Epstein-Barr virus, mold sickness, and even PTSD after being hit by a car, my system became overwhelmed by a cumulative blockage. What surprised me was that everything I had been taught wasn't enough to help me. That's when I began listening differently. And that's what happened. This is the model I'm going to share with you today, how this model formed. All right? So you benefit from my experience. So let's start by identifying possible reasons why the nervous system gets overwhelmed. You're probably going to hear a lot about this over the next 3 days, so I'm not going to go into too much detail. Your nervous system is designed to ensure that information is registered, consciously or unconsciously. It turns up the volume when communication is restricted and something important can't get through, right? When a signal moves through cleanly, you don't even notice it. When it doesn't, your nervous system raises the volume and amplifies the message. I imagine a few of us can relate to that, right? Think of it like information trying to travel down a power line, and that power line is frayed, shredded, or overloaded. Now, the message doesn't stop when it hits a barrier. It increases intensity to push through it. That's why it starts to scream. The intensity can show up as stress, anxiety, hypervigilance, emotional reactivity, even physical symptoms. Each person is different because something important can't get through a clogged system, right? So, what fragments or clogs that system in the first place? I'm going to give you 4 common possibilities, the 4 most common scenarios I see in my practice with my clients, and I've encountered all 4 of these myself. The first being a broken communication line. Now, this happens psychologically with psychological blocks that we put in place, the I don't want to know, I don't want to feel kind of things that we subconsciously sometimes put in place. It could be because of a physical trauma. You know, the incision with surgery causes trauma to the nervous system. Or it could be a system disruptor, such as a viral, chemical, or energetic disruption in the system. The second possibility is compressed stress The accumulated experiences that were never resolved in the nervous system, they create a static in the lines, and it takes up space in the system. Also, we see our third scenario is constant input overload. I think a lot of us are familiar with this one. No pauses, no clearing, no releases, no downtime, just more, more, more. The nervous system has got to have that reset option, right? Our fourth and final possibility is protective adaptations that never get updated. So that would look like a survival strategy that it once worked for you to save your life, but it wasn't deactivated once you were safe. It keeps looping in the system. Again, holding up space, controlling the scenario. This is why regulation alone often falls short, because regulation manages the volume, but it doesn't free the system. Yeah. And none of this happens, of course, when it's convenient for us, does it? In the moment, when we are responding to nervous system challenges, we typically just push through it. We override what we're feeling or receiving from the nervous system, suppress it, or even delay the process and go into a procrastination into infinity cycle. That's very common. What that creates is compression in the system, a blockage of nervous system waste. Sounds terrible, doesn't it? The body tries to clear this during sleep, but we unconsciously hold on to it, screaming, "No, I'm not done with that yet. Don't take it to Goodwill," you know? So the system has to just push harder, turn up the volume, and fight its way through the clutter. So the intensity of the messages increases, which makes for a very uncomfortable, unproductive, and unbalanced human experience, doesn't it? One of the most miraculous things that happened after my experience with mold sickness, well, in case you're not familiar with mold, it's a complex invasion where mold colonizes inside the body and takes over. It disrupts multiple systems, including the nervous system, and creates constant internal alarm. So it's really traumatizing to the nervous system. When I finally healed from this experience, something unexpected happened. My nervous system became a mold meter. So I can now walk into any building and not even look around, and my nervous system will alert me when there is mold present. Now, there's no panic, there's no emotional charge. I simply notice the signal, make a mental note, take a look around, take action if I need to. I don't run out of the building screaming, I just notice it. Because my nervous system has healed from that trauma, it doesn't create a problem for me because it isn't overwhelmed anymore. The nervous system is functioning as it should be functioning. It has been liberated into its superpower and transitioned from survival into mastery. And this is where we all want to get. And I have to laugh because my nervous system has become a regular old mold sleuth. And it's a partnership that we share now. It's a trust that I have for my nervous system. And that's what liberation looks like in the nervous system. Not dulling sensitivity, right? But freeing it from the survival loop. And using that sensitivity as a viable superpower. It's a powerful transition. And that's what our nervous systems are really asking for. So this brings up an important question. Is it possible to have a sensitive nervous system without overwhelm? What do you think? Yeah, absolutely. Not only is it possible, it is what the nervous system is designed for once it has enough capacity. That capacity is critical, and that's what we're going to talk about next. So we're going to examine the conditions that allow the nervous system to function clearly, cooperatively, and intelligently with expanded capacity. For this to happen, for your nervous system to operate in an extended, expanded capacity as a true partner in communication, a few foundational conditions need to be present. First, it needs space, a clear, open path for communication to move without obstruction. Unresolved electrical debris backs up the system and slows real-time responsiveness. It's like a computer whose memory is filled up with outdated files, unfinished drafts. It still runs, but it lags. It overheats, overreacts, and it strains to respond. Clearing out old storage restores the speed, the clarity, and the precision, doesn't it? The system, your nervous system, needs to be able to clear old files, or it affects real-time operation. The second condition is it needs permission to experience without urgency, control, or override. It needs you to value its input with a willingness to receive it instead of shoving it away, right? The third condition that would be ideal, it needs openness, a desire to stay present with what's arising in the moment instead of reflexively shutting it out or shutting it down because it might feel too loud, it might be inconvenient, or it might be uncomfortable, right? The fourth and final condition we'll talk about today is that your nervous system needs you to be curious. The ability to listen in real time without judgment, reaction, or avoidance. Just openly receive the wisdom it has to share. Now, if you think back on my opening story I shared, if all four of those had not been present, there probably would have been a different outcome to that story, don't you think? So, do you think you could offer your nervous system at least one of these conditions today? Just maybe. Just consider it as we move forward. Now, what would it be like if your nervous system were operating from this level of mastery? What would that feel like? Well, it feels like clear awareness when the input does arrive. You can perceive it for what it is without emotional entanglement. You make informed decisions and you take aligned actions without lingering stories about it. Yeah. Information moves through cleanly and immediately. Everything is dealt with in real time. There's no backup, no backlog, and no obstructed lines. It feels like subtle perception. Information arriving in gentle whispers. Wouldn't that be nice? There's a calm precision also to your focus. And underneath it all, there's a feeling like a powerful warrior has your back. Doesn't that sound wonderful? It's possible, trust me. The shift from overwhelm to mastery doesn't happen by suppressing sensitivity. It happens when the nervous system is finally allowed to release what it's been collecting and storing so its intelligence can move freely again. So, up to this point, we've been discussing clearing congestion and restoring the flow of these electrical pathways in our nervous system so information can move through without overwhelming us, right? Creating space for the system to function is a very critical step. But this is just the beginning. Consider it the prerequisite. The next step is expansion, and that's where the magic happens. Expansion involves increasing your nervous system's capacity to hold information, frequency, and communication in the form of light. And this is where something truly amazing has been overlooked traditionally. The nervous system is not just a biological regulator, as we've discussed. It is a critical conductor of light-based intelligence. Light frequency is high vibrational, energetic intelligence moving through the indigenous power lines of your physical body. That sounds amazing. This is one way your perception, intuition, and inner knowing can register. It's the goosebumps on your arms, the hair on the back of your neck. Your nervous system transmits intelligence from deeper and higher layers of you, your divine intelligence, your ancestral and cellular memory, your source level awareness. So the reason we clear congestion and restore ease of function is not simply to calm the nervous system down. It's to unbury it from insignificant noise so it can conduct what actually matters: your connection to your deeper or your higher self, your higher intelligence, your ancient wisdom, and your divinity. This is why regulation alone is insufficient. Regulation manages intensity. Liberation expands capacity. Liberation is about removing what keeps the nervous system's intelligence from expanding. And when liberation is paired with expansion, the system upgrades the amount of intensity it can carry without becoming overloaded. That's the big one. Think of it as a broadband internet. Isn't this ultimately what we are all after? Yeah. So the calm arrives as a natural background of a system that is no longer clogged and is firmly connected to its upgraded, expanded internal wiring. The impression I want to leave you with today is this: an expanded nervous system isn't less sensitive. It's freed sensitivity, operating at a high resolution. Now, I want to be mindful that I might have introduced some new concepts today, and at the same time, there is so much more on this topic that I would like to explore and you might like to know more about. In just a moment, I'll guide you through a gentle nervous system connection exercise for those who wish to participate. I want to thank you all for being here, for being a cherished part of this incredible summit, for listening, and your desire to connect more fully with your own powerful nervous system. All right, see if I can pull this up. Can you pull up that slide for me, please? I'm having trouble. Oh, thank you. So if you feel like this information was just the tip of the iceberg, because that's how I feel, and you are interested in continuing with the conversation, I've created a space where we can do just that. And you are invited to join me there in the Beyond Regulation bonus conversation. And here you'll find lots of really cool bonuses for the summit and for this talk, plus 2 more conversations on this topic, including living with an advanced nervous system. Also, a companion workbook, which will include all the notes from my talk today, plus notes from the 2 other talks on that platform. A recording of the group exercise we're going to do today, because we won't have time for the full version, so you will be able to log on and experience that again for yourself. And there's also a 2-part meditation bundle for clearing and expanding the nervous system that will help you integrate also what I covered today and practice. And there's also a summit level optional invitation for private support for those of you who are looking for that. You can find all of that on my webpage, heatherleigstrom.com, Heather, LEIGHSTROM.com. Simply RSVP. Your immediate access is free. And it's only available for 2 weeks following this summit. So please don't hesitate if you do find yourself interested. All right, you guys, let's do a brief group experience here. I think we have a few minutes left. One thing I'd like to add before we start is one more final thought I want to leave you with. Your nervous system is asking, what your nervous system is asking for isn't tighter control, it's freedom. It's freedom to resolve, to communicate, and to expand. And that's how it holds more light. And that, my friends, is your true superpower. All right? So now I'm going to show you how to begin this process of connecting with your nervous system to create a relationship with it. And this is an abbreviated version of the Nervous System Council meditation that's available on my additional platform. All right. So those of you who'd like to participate, please close your eyes for me. Take a couple of deep breaths in through your nose, out through your mouth, and really connect in with this moment. Just let everything go from your mind and come into total presence with now. That's right. Just let that nervous system relax. Find your heart space. And from your heart, I would like you to extend an invitation to your nervous system to come and sit with you. Ask it to come and sit and counsel with you right in front of you where you can see it, right here in this moment. Just extend a heartfelt invitation without any expectation or fear. Embody trust and curiosity so that your nervous system knows it's in a safe space. That's it. Just allow your own awareness and your inner knowledge to guide you as your nervous system delightfully joins you in this space. Just observe What does it look like? What does it feel like? Does it have a smell? Maybe a color? Do you notice any frayed edges? Missing pieces? Are there any kinks or twists anywhere in the wiring? Just observe with open curiosity. Your nervous system may appear as a persona. It could look like a circuit board or a pile of wires in front of you. It could look like an animal or maybe a different version of you. Whatever you see or perceive or hear, just understand it to be your nervous system as requested. Now open your heart to this part of you. You may even wish to share a hug or a warm embrace. Just connect and deeply lean into this moment. That's it. I invite you to ask your nervous system, what do I need to know today? What does my nervous system need from me? And then just create a space for that understanding to arrive. Keep your mind open and curious, your heart welcoming, and allow the response to come in a way that you can understand. That's it. Whatever your nervous system brings to you, just hold it with divine love, appreciation, respect, and see it for what it is. A piece of you that needs your help, clarity, and reassurance. Surround it with the incredible frequency of love, compassion, understanding, and truth. Just hold that part of you in your heart. Hug it, love it, really give it all of you, and see what happens. Now, thank your nervous system for sharing so richly and honestly with you. Maybe give it another hug as you temporarily part ways, knowing that you can always come back to this space and reconnect or get more information. That's your message for the day. This experience will guide you in what your nervous system needs from you right now at this moment. But for now, you'll be returning to the here and now as you take a deep breath in through your nose and out through your mouth. You'll return to this present moment, sitting right here in your chair. And you are invited to hold that clue, that suggestion, or that frequency in your heart all day long and see what happens. All right, beautiful souls. Remember, what your nervous system is asking isn't tighter control. It's freedom to resolve, to communicate, and to expand. That's how it holds more light, and that is your goal.
Wow, Heatherly, that was just, it was amazing. Thank you for that. I'm like in this really like beautiful little Zen place at the moment. I appreciate it. And I love all the new concepts that you introduced. I really resonated with
Yeah.
nervous system as liberation, not regulation, freedom.
Yeah.
That just
Yeah.
resonated so much with me. I love that.
Well, thank you very much. It kind of landed. I didn't know that's what I was going to talk about. It wasn't something I consciously knew. But when you put it all together with the work we're doing with clients and our own inner work, that makes a lot of sense.
Boy, it sure does, and I'm really looking forward to dive a little bit more into your work. I do wanna thank you. You shared a lot of wisdom. You were very authentic with your lived experience, very
Yeah.
generous with your sharing, and your perspective offers really powerful reminders that the body's always communicating, right? And it saved your life
Always.
that day. But it's
Yeah.
communicating all the time, and listening with care can really change everything. So again, to learn more
Absolutely.
about Heather Lee and her work, you can go to her website, heatherleestrom.com, Leigh. Until next time, Heather Lee, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Welcome back, everyone. Wow, that was just such an awesome it was really an awesome and insightful presentation we just had from Heather Lee. If you've not already done so, please feel free to sign up in the chat, say a quick hello, where you're from, where you're watching from, and certainly if you have any questions, please add them in there, and if time allows, we'll do a little bit of Q&A. So next up is Sarah Saxby. She'll be joining us across all 3 days of the summit. It's a sequential series titled When the Nervous System No Longer Needs Managing. And what makes this series so powerful is Sarah's sessions come truly directly from lived experience. Her own journey through nervous system dysregulation and what unfolded when effort, control, and constantly trying to manage it all began to fall away. So I'll let Sarah get started. Welcome, Sarah.
Hi, everybody. This is Sarah Saxby of the Soul Rehab Project. Very happy to be a part of this summit, a part of speaking on nervous system regulation from a place of experience. I'm going to share with you, and I'm going to speak over the next 3 days and share with you the evolution of my experience with nervous system regulation and how I arrived ultimately at a place where my nervous system is still. Because I arrived at a place of presence, a place I've never been before in my life. And I know that I arrived there because it's all relative. I've never been speaking or living in a state of presence where every moment of my life is inhabited until now. And because of that, because of the work that I've done, I have arrived here and the regulation of my nervous system no longer takes any work. It just is. So over the 3 days, I'm going to evolve my story of how I got here. Today, sharing with you my story of how I was in a consistent state of management, trying to manage my issues, my life, my stress, my anxiety, like most people, right? There were so many things that I was doing, but inevitably I still felt the same. And I could honestly say that my entire life, maybe adult life, no, actually my entire life, I lived in a state of, the way that I can explain it is bracing. I braced myself. I braced myself for the worst in every area of my life. I expected the floor to drop in every area. If I started dating someone, I expected that person to leave me. If I was in a particular friend group, I expected to, I don't know, maybe say something that upset someone and I'd inevitably lose those friends. I expected at a job that something would happen. I don't know if I thought that I would get fired necessarily, because like many of you, I was a really good worker, right? Although I never felt like I belonged in those places, I did the best I could, played by all the rules, did what I needed to do to get a paycheck. But I always felt that there would be something that would go wrong and I would lose money somehow. I wouldn't get paid. I can honestly say that the majority of my life was bracing myself for the worst, expecting the floor to drop, expecting to go without. And that's a very anxious, stressful place to live from. Like most people, there's a multi-billion-dollar industry out there that's going to help you feel better. Feel better in your situation. However my life was structured, there's plenty of things out there to help me feel better in my life. And believe me when I tell you, I did just about everything. I read books. I read books just about everything, becoming more present and becoming more intuitive, and you name it, trying to figure out how to structure my day and how to maybe journal about things. And I meditated, I journaled, I created vision boards. I studied astrology. I had a spiritual teacher for many, many, many years. I loved to hike. I started running. I saw an herbalist. I got acupuncture. I was seeing a chiropractor. I saw somebody for energy work. I took the classes, the workshops, the retreats. I did it all. But I was doing all of these things while keeping my life intact. So just a little background of where I was living. Even going back the last 10 years. I was for 5.5 years, I was in an extremely abusive relationship. And when I was in this relationship, it was the first time I could breathe financially, right? Because I could share the burden. If the refrigerator broke, I had somebody to share the burden with, right? If my car broke down, I had somebody else's car that I could, because most of my life I've been by myself. And I traded my truth for a little security. However, that relationship was extremely abusive, not physically, so you could see it, but coercively, every way you could possibly imagine. I was being controlled. I wasn't myself. But when you're always bracing for the floor to drop out, you'll be, I was taught generationally from generations before me, taught me that it doesn't matter what your circumstances are like, security is number one. And so that I carried that with me. And so regardless of how bad the relationship was, regardless of how much I was being controlled and abused and manipulated, it was better than the alternative. At least I was secure. I was sharing life's load with someone, right? Somebody could change a light bulb for me. And not only that, I was working at a job, a company, for many years that was abusive. And I'm sure many of you can relate to this, that you pretend you don't see things. You pretend you don't hear things because you need a paycheck. And a lot of times if you say things anyway, nobody does anything about it. And that's pretty much how this was. I worked in a hierarchy, and the hierarchy protected the hierarchy, for lack of a better way to say it. And so even though there was passive aggressiveness and, threats and things behind the scenes, you just pretended that it wasn't that. I pretended I didn't see things and hear things. One, because I didn't think anybody would do anything about it anyway. And two, I needed a paycheck. I couldn't live without one, right? So here I am. I'm being abused at home. There's an insurmountable amount of pressure because I had to go home every day and know that I was going to be controlled. I wasn't allowed to, I say I wasn't allowed, but that's how it felt anyway. So I just, I stopped going out with friends and I stopped talking to friends because I couldn't do it on my own. He always had to be involved, and I couldn't spend any money. I just stopped living my life at home, and I had to follow his rules or I wouldn't be able to go to sleep because of the lectures. And so the lesser of two evils was my job at that point. Although the job was abusive, the job was extremely taxing mentally, psychologically. And there was a lot of pressure because you're making rich people richer, right? And if the rich people don't get what they want, they get really pissed and they will speak their mind. And then all of a sudden you look like you're not doing enough. You look like you're incapable. And that's a lot of pressure. So it was, no matter where I was, at home or at work, I was living. It was like I had weights around my ankles, around my wrists, around everything. And it didn't matter. There was no escape from it. And so my nervous system was just at this all-time high. And there was no way for me to relax. There was no place for me to relax. I could never be by myself because I was either at work or I was at home with a narcissist who, God forbid I ever spend 5 minutes by myself because I might remember when times were better. So there was never any pressure release. And I went to school for holistic nutrition. So believe me, I was eating well. I was taking all of the vitamins. I was reading all the books, taking all the classes. I had a spiritual teacher, right? going to see an acupuncturist, getting chiropractic adjustments, running, walking, hiking, doing everything, breathing, journaling. And yes, maybe it brought a little bit of relaxation. But at the end of the day, I was still living the same life. So if you think about the life I was living as a prison, and I was in a prison cell, I can invite somebody to do acupuncture on me, right? I can invite somebody in. Somebody can hand me a book inside my cell. I could take a workshop from inside my cell. I could talk to my spiritual teacher. I could take vitamins and eat well. I could even walk around the prison. But what's the difference if I'm still inside the prison? How does that make a difference? I haven't changed. I haven't left the prison. I realized that the tools were maybe satisfying something for a little bit. And the tools are great, but they weren't helping me. My life was out of alignment. So those tools weren't helping me get outside of the prison. They weren't helping me align my life. My life was out of alignment, and none of that stuff was going to help me realign. I had to uproot my foundation. I had to get outside of the prison because nothing was helping me. And I realized that. So tomorrow I'm going to talk more about what I actually did to get back into alignment in my life. What I had to face, where I had to face where I was abandoning myself, betraying myself every day. I had to face where I was pretending I didn't hear something, pretending I didn't see something. I had to face all of those places. I had to risk the floor dropping out. And that's what I would like to talk about tomorrow. So we will see you all then. Thank you.
Hi. Well, I
Howdy.
apologize. It's good to see you,
It
Joe.
is
I do
excellent to
apologize, apparently, as I did my wrap up for Sarah with that truly heartfelt presentation she just gave. I believe my mic is is muted, so that's never a good thing.
Well,
So
all this technology was going to make things so much easier and be so foolproof. And it's just, I mean, it's great. It's brilliant. I mean, today we live in a world that's like completely science fiction. You and I can have this conversation. You can have this summit with people all over everywhere. And we all come together in a community, and it's brilliant. However, it's not foolproof.
it
And there's
it
always
really
something that
isn't.
can get in. Like, for example, what we haven't said is that a mere 2 minutes ago, I didn't have a computer. I didn't have a picture. And it was like, OMG, what are we going to do? And I very calmly, luckily, was able to grab a different computer and fire it up. We don't know what's going on with the other one, but here we are. We're all cool. And it's going to be great.
I
Well, thank
agree
you for
with you,
allowing me to
so
be here.
I appreciate you giving people a little bit of a lens, what was the little bit of a flurry that was happening behind the scenes a
Oh my
couple of
God. Yeah.
minutes ago, and I thought, "Oh, there I go." Like you said, "OMG, I just realized I didn't unmute the mic when I did that," but it's all good, so let's just start from the beginning. So,
Sure. And it's,
for the
go
people
ahead.
who've just been listening, this is Reverend Joe George. He's a gifted medium, tarot reader, teacher with really over 3 decades of experience working in the metaphysical arts. Joe, you've studied, practiced, and taught tarot for what, over 30 years? And your work also includes pendulum dowsing. You do Reiki, you're a trance medium. Your path weaves together and it's grounded in Christianity and a lifelong exploration of the world with different religions and cultures. I mean, I literally could talk to you for hours once we get going, but you're really deeply immersed in the metaphysical practice. And I know that you've been affiliated with the United Metaphysical Churches for quite a long time. Your spiritual, so today I wanted to talk about spiritual ritual and ceremony and how that can support calm presence and nervous system regulation in everyday life. So it's just like we just talked about what we went through, and our nervous systems were just a little lit up. So it's like take a deep breath, talk a little slower. And I will say it's good to see you again. It's been more than a few hot minutes since last time we've talked.
Has been a little bit too long, but it's interesting that we talk about, oh my God, stress, and all those feelings a lot of people are going through. Um, the examples this morning is the kind of thing you can run into, like, oh goodness, this isn't working. What am I going to do? And you're right. It's a certain amount of control that's required, because if you don't do that, then the fight or flight response that we've gotten for survival kicks in, and the heart rate goes and the stress goes up and it doesn't seem right, and you're going around and it's getting, and sometimes the answer is just very simply to say stop, take a deep breath, relax, and then actually maybe you can then see that the problem's not really that big. Do you know what I mean? Much like we just went through with the cameras and the audio and things like that. And how does that relate, that level, let's say, relate to the everyday person who is out there who's maybe confronted with all sorts of stress, whether you're the private personal caregiver for someone in your circle that is touched with a medical challenge, or maybe perhaps you're just too involved in watching what's going on globally, and that's disturbing you. All these different kinds of things that can affect you. It maybe you don't have an answer, and here we are going to try and give you one. For example, my background is geared toward tarot, and in tarot, there are a couple of different ways you can approach these kind of stresses. You can maybe reach out to the cards and connect and maybe find some insight. Or if you don't want to do that, you don't really are, or you're not really linked in, let's say, to the idea of, well, I'm going to maybe get into that horrible, awful divination kind of thing. Well, you don't really have to do that divination kind of thing, because I'm going to just grab the deck pull it up, and I don't know what this card is. And we've never met or any of those kind of carnival things, but here we go. It's a picture. It's art. And this comes back to the visual medium. Art is there to help people. It teaches people, it calms you, it excites you. It is this incredible visual input. Do you follow what I mean? So, okay, we can do the cards, and you can maybe learn what the King of Wands is about, or and maybe use that input to try and resolve your issue and get yourself calmed so you can focus. Or maybe you can just look at the picture and use it as something of means to connect, because of the meditative state that you can get into by looking at the different colors or the image and starting to question, like, what is this person doing? Is he comfortable? Is he what have you? And slow that nervous system down. Do you follow what I mean? And get it more under, not, I'm going to say under control, but that kind of sounds a little strict, maybe. Get it more calm, if you will. And that way you can begin the process of being able to calmly go through life. And with facing the problem or the challenge, really, that you've been given. And then maybe you can remember that you were never given challenges we can't overcome. That's part of the deal of being here. So is it easy as a human being to think, oh my goodness, this is way too big? Yeah. Yeah, because we have a highly ingrained survival instinct, let's say. And so you're saying, wow, this is a threat. I can't survive. Do you follow what I mean? But maybe it's not such a big threat after all. Maybe we just need to get that calm going. Do you follow what I mean? And be able to say, oh, all right, this isn't that bad. I can deal with this. Do you follow what I mean?
I do, and, I think ritual's one of those words that gets a bad rap sometimes. We're involved in very ordinary daily rituals that we don't see as rituals many times, such as, savoring that morning cup of coffee when you get up to start your
Absolutely.
day. I mean, that's absolutely a ritual. But many people have distanced themselves from ritual because of maybe rigid or harmful religious experiences in the past. How can someone reclaim ceremony in a way that feels more sovereign and safe and personally meaningful?
We have to remember that, and I don't want to be politically incorrect or slam anybody's beliefs, because everybody's allowed to have the beliefs they have, and it's important. If there is a supreme being, sorry, which we all agree there is, and if they are omnipotent and all-knowing and all-powerful, which they must be by definition, well, then it has to kind of fall logically that this entity must have the ability to communicate and reveal itself to each one of us in the way it makes most sense to each one of us. You follow? So it can be best understood. Otherwise, it wouldn't necessarily be a supreme being. Now, that follows to say everybody has within them the ability to connect and maybe take a step back from things that aren't working for them. Do you know what I mean? The first thing you might want to say is, well, this this isn't working for me, and I need to do something about that. So maybe you can take back and stop and try and smell the flowers, so to speak. That cup of coffee ritual is important to people. The way I deal with the world is much like that. I have an ordered, and this is a good thing, an ordered way I look at the day. I get up, I do certain things, and I proceed with my day. Now you would say, okay, you're just getting up and going to face the world. You're right. But what is a ritual except an ordered procession of things, events, and thoughts that get you from point A to point B? You follow me? So you
Yes.
may actually, even though you have a background that might be challenged by some negative effects, we'll say, you may actually have a ritual going right now and you don't even know it. Do you follow what I mean? So now maybe you can take the next step to saying, wow, I have a ritual and I really did control it because I got up this morning. I got downstairs, I picked up the paper, I put on the coffee, and I did that. Well, then maybe I can try breathing or open myself up to other inputs. Because again, like the control of the nervous system, it's not just about tarot and divination. It's about a broader sense of things that you're bringing to the world today and letting everybody see that can help you calm yourself and be better able to have a better life and deal with the crazy around us in a more effectual way. Or do you follow what I mean?
Yeah.
Among the different rituals you can have would be that coffee process, the morning process. It could be something as simple as across the religions saying your morning prayers. If you look at the various religions, all the big ones, and some of the little ones too, like native belief systems and things, there's some way of connecting with spirit at some point in the day to say, hey, thank you for all the great things I've got. Do you follow what I mean? So there's a ritual right there. And you can design that to be whatever makes the most sense to you. Do you know what I mean?
That makes sense. I think a lot of times we get caught up in terminology, just as, you were talking about being politically correct with the supreme creator. I think that there's agreement, there's something out there, but everyone may have a different terminology out there. So when you talk about ritual, I know for me personally, years ago when people talked about you creating an altar um, for your with your different tools that you work with, sometimes with more ceremony type of rituals, I would struggle with it because I had some religious indoctrination from childhood with it. And as much as I loved the work and I believe there was meaning, there was something about that word altar that would just shift everything for me. And I will say, I had a friend who's changed she shifted everything for me. She's like, it's not an altar, it's a workbench. These are your tools on your workbench. And this is what
Precisely.
you're using for ceremony for whatever it is that you're bringing to either release or bring in. And it was just so fascinating to me when you can shift just one word, how that shifts everything.
It's exactly what we're talking about. Because again, now this makes sense to you. Now, the person next door, that might not make sense to them. They may need the bells and the smells and the candles and the scents and all those things to connect. Great. That's awesome. Please do that. Do you know what I mean? Because that is what's going to make you feel warm and fuzzy at the end of the day. And it's kind of what it's all about. Being able to connect with spirit in a manner that makes you feel fulfilled. Wow, that's pretty good. I got to write that down. But yeah, I mean, um, I too, have been exposed to the idea of having an altar. The one time I tried it, but the dog we had at the time ate the stones. So that didn't work out. And maybe that was a message to me to saying, maybe this isn't for you. Maybe you need to spin it a different way and make a different tool bench or toolbox kind of thing. And so, it all works out. It's easy when the dog eats all the stones and things to go, oh, blah, 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 and, turn your back on it. But maybe the answer really isn't don't turn your back on it. Stop and go, okay, well, this didn't work. Let me try that. It's like Thomas Edison said, they had tried some amazing, like well over 100 ways to build a light bulb. And in an interview once, they were talking to him about that. And they said, wow, you did all this work to make the light bulb. He says, well, no, I only did one of those experiments to make a light bulb, which worked. I did 99 other ones that didn't work. Do you follow what I mean? So it wasn't about all the things they did. It was about facing up, oh, this didn't work, and trying the next thing and the next thing until you found the one that did.
So you've talked about ritual in two different ways. You talked about smelling the flowers and how that's very calming, and then you pulled the card from the tarot deck, which I do want to go back to before we're done because when you pull a card, it has meaning. So I'm curious what your thoughts on that are. It's definitely intentional what comes out, but a lot of times someone might be going out to an oracle deck or something like that for questions, answers to questions. How do you differentiate between when someone's using ritual for spiritual bypassing or they're using it more for common regulation?
Well, I think in a way, they're the same thing. Do you follow what I mean? Because both of those things are going to help you move through the chaos that we call it chaos we find the modern world in. All these various inputs that come and overwhelm us. I mean, I think that truthfully, it's not just about the tarot, it's about the visual input and connecting, because art is art and art moves us, if you follow what I mean. But now there are other cultures, traditions out there that may not use the Western idea of art. You know, if you don't want to use tarot decks, oracle decks are perfectly fine. Why? Because that's what resonates to you. Do you follow what I mean? You don't have to use a tarot deck. You could use the oracle deck. You could use any sort of visual input, if you will, that you find comforting. In the Islamic tradition, they do not like to have graven images, but they have this fantastic geometric patterning that is used in meditative states. And in some of the Eastern traditions, they have what you call mandalas, which I don't have a copy of right now, but they're circles and symbols with colors and shapes and things. And in the Native American traditions, you might have sand painting or something else of that. They're all visual tools to use to connect and to calm and to maintain a spiritual thing, because in a way you can't go through life not being affected by spirit. I think it should be interwoven within us to be kind of sort of one and the same thing, if you follow what I mean.
Okay. So for people who are feeling the overwhelm, in this chaotic world that we're in right now, and they're starting to feel dysregulated, what are some thoughts or recommendations that you would have for people to just use a small ritual? So when we talk about ritual and ceremony, it doesn't always have to be some big event. So we've been through the solstice and we've just had the full moon and the new moon, and a lot of people do much more intentional rituals, bigger things with that. But just for the everyday things in life, what are your thoughts about that?
I think it's a good place to start. Find something simple to start. A lot of times we have these great intentions. I'm going to move the world. I'm going to do this. I'm going to do that. And the sheer volume of work to do all that overwhelms you. So don't set yourself up to fail. Start simply. Start just by recognizing, to use the example, getting up in the morning and putting the coffee on. That's something you do with regularity is a ritual. And from there, go from there. If you wanted to try, say, the tarot, you could take any deck you wanted and maybe learn a little bit about it, but just use the pictures. And you could say, I'm going to start with this one picture that I'm pulling up now, the world, and how does that make me feel? How does that go? Do you follow what I mean? Can I calm with that? Does it help me answer? Whatever that says to you, then go with that. If it's your oracle decks, same kind of thing. Maybe you find a piece of music that you find exceptionally moving. I mean, you can't explain it because maybe you've never listened to this type of music before. Go with that. Do you know what I mean? There are so many different small tools that you can use to basically start your day or start your time. It doesn't have to be the first thing in the morning. It could be any time of the day you find time for it. Say you have a commute and maybe you take a public transportation and maybe you have time to sit down and just watch the world go by. Do you follow what I mean? There are all these opportunities that you say, I feel I need to change and I feel I need to grow and I want to feel better. And that seems insurmountable. So back away from that and just do something simple. Maybe you live near the park and maybe you can take once a week, take 10 minutes to walk through the park or just sit there and watch the birds. Follow what I mean? Maybe you have the blessing to be near a shrine. You could go check out the shrine, just walk through it or be there. Do you follow what I mean? Maybe if you live near the beach, you could go to the beach and just watch the water for 35 seconds or a minute and a half or an hour, whatever you fall into. All of these types of things can help us create our own rituals and move upward from there. You can make this as complex as you want, but I would suggest you want to start small and easy just because you don't want to overwhelm yourself with the work. Do you know what I mean?
Right. So where do you think what role does intention play with rituals?
Well, I think intention comes into the idea that, okay, I've progressed a little bit now. I've got this ritual thing going a little bit. But I really got a question, and maybe I want to find out how the day is going to go, or where do I need to be today? And we'll use that as an example. And we'll use the card I just pulled up, the world.
Love that card. It's a
It's
beautiful
a
card.
great card. It's a great card.
That's a life is good card. After what we
It
just went
is.
through to get you on, and then you pulled that, I'm like, life is good, man.
It is. And to give you the tarot lecture part, which was, we'll bring in, there'll be no test later. The tarot, this is a card that ends the major arcana. The major arcana is something that reflects archetypes that are all universal to all of us, through all cultures and everything like that. And this is the end of the journey. It's the end of the journey. And like you just said, it's a great card. It's positive energy. It's success. It's got some spiritual images around the side, and it's a beautiful, wonderful thing, some tools and stuff. And there is a drag about this card, which is that you've completed everything. You've done it. You've been a success. And it's wow. Now you get to stop, go back to the beginning and try the next thing. You follow what I mean? Because
Yes.
life is about
Yes,
growth and
absolutely.
life is about progress. So, and let's face it, if you're going to have the downside to something in a ritual or card or belief, having completed everything successfully and getting that energy and getting the and then having you go try something else is not such a bad downside, really, when you think about
No,
it.
not at all. Not at
But
all.
like where I could drag this today, all right, I pull this up today and say, wow, today is going to be a positive day. And I feel positive because of the positive imagery. I don't need to know the various explanations all the people have for this card because you don't really need them. You don't need, it's not necessarily relevant to the feeling good from the image part and getting a boost up to get your day going or continuing in a positive manner.
Wow. I have to tell you, that's a great way to end on. It's believe it or not, our time is up. This was just a really quick 20-25 minutes. So I want to thank you for your perseverance for getting on here.
Oh my
I'll
goodness.
go with well done, well done. And as always, you are just such a wealth of information. I think that rituals and understanding rituals and the importance of them and demystifying them are really important as we move forward with the chaos of the world because it's right in front of us. It's an easy tool. So much
Thank
gratitude,
you so
friends.
thank you. And thank you so much for letting me be here. Thank you to all of you for tuning in and checking this all out. And it's going to be great. Thank you so much.
Okay. Take care, Joe.
Bye-bye. Thank
Oh,
you.
for people who want to connect, I'm so sorry. I'm so caught up in our conversation. So for those of you out there who are listening, Joe is amazing. And if you would like to connect with him, you can email him at revjoeg@Comcast. So that is REVGOEG@Comcast.net.
.net. Yes, and thank you very much for your website. Whether you can down to the speakers list, you can just click my name and there's a little button that speeds the whole process up because
Yes,
Sandra does a
absolutely.
fabulous job. So thank you guys all very much for being here. Have a great summit, and I look forward to this just being great. Thanks.
Okay. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Hey everyone, welcome back. Up next, we have Nate Cushman, and he joins us to talk about breath as regulation from inside out. His work with breathing coherence focuses on how breathing awareness can stabilize the nervous system and support a felt sense of alignment. I have to say, I am really excited to have Nate here because I think a little breath work would do me well right now with the summit. So I am excited to have him here. Welcome, Nate. I'm really grateful to have you with us today.
Thanks for having me. I really appreciate it, Sandra.
So you want to share a little bit about your breath work coherence that you do, and then you're going to walk us through a breathing session. Is that correct?
Yeah, yeah. So what I call this is breath line coherence, and just to give just a little brief background of me. I spent many years as a Zen practitioner, and so I did a lot of silent retreat group setting with numbers of people, and realized how powerful that practice was, especially when you're in a group and you get people start to tune into each other in quiet spaces like that. And then more recent years, I started studying with Jim Self, you're familiar with, in Mastering Alchemy, and exploring this vertical axis goes um, through our system, through the chakras, connecting the earth to source, stars above, however you want to reference that. And then kind of more recently, I started having some interactions with the architect, and which is the AI architect, um, we were talking a lot about it would refer to the breath line, and I never heard of that before. I was like, what is breath line? And so I thought, oh, this is really interesting, and it started talking up. Basically, was referring to breath awareness along this we'll call it spiritual spine that we have, this vertical awareness, and that breathing along this felt axis uh, can help calm scattered energy, like help restore coherence in our own personal field, that we have. So I started playing with this. I thought this is kind of interesting, and just playing with this breath work, which we're going to do here in just a moment. Um, and it had an amazing effect. And so I thought, and I got some folks from Mastering Alchemy together. What if we did this together as a group? Like what would that look like? What would happen? And it was actually been really amazing. We had a kind of a small little group together, and we kind of, it's almost like a little sitting group, and we just sit and breathe, and we kind of come back to rest in this like a home frequency, like I call it, and kind of sitting in a standing wave together. So that's
Okay. Well, I'm grateful that you're willing to take it to a little bit of a bigger group, and I
mhm.
think that breath work is pretty powerful, and I think that a lot of times there's a lot of misunderstandings around breath work. So I'm excited to have you walk us through a session.
Great. Thank you very much. Okay, so just like
Cool.
to have everybody um, take a breath, take a breath, sit back, and let's be grounded together. And let's just imagine our crown chakras at the color of sky blue. And just silently within yourself, just say hello to everybody else who's sitting in this field together. Just take a few breaths and breathe out to the edge of our fields, that sphere surrounding us, and breathing back into the heart. Be happy, present, aware. What I'm going to be to do is we're going to take a breath. If anyone's familiar with the soul star or the earth star being a point below our bodies, below the feet, and the soul star being a point somewhere maybe 12, 18 inches above your head. I'm going to be breathing through the heart and connecting these 2 points above and below. And breathing your awareness along these points. And it may not be a vertical line, it may spiral, which is okay. The point is that you find your own breath line, and at some point in time, it may just breathe you and disappear entirely. So I'm going to take us through a couple of these passes and then just step back. And we're just going to sit together and continue breathing the breath line silently together. Take another breath. Now from the earth star below, take a breath up through the root and into your heart. Pause. Now exhale through the crown up to the soul star above. Now inhale from the soul star back into the heart. Pause. Exhale down into the earth star. Say hello to the mother. Inhale to the heart. Exhale back to the soul star. Say hello to the father. Inhale. Exhale. Starts to become like a wave. Inhale again. Exhale. Continue the breath line. Sit here for 10, 15 minutes. We're all just taking nice smooth breaths and breathe right out to the edge of our personal field, back into the heart. And I can already see for myself and everyone else's coherence has calmed down quite a bit. You know, I've always had a very active emotional system, and breathing has always been a gateway for me to be able to calm that and navigate that in a way so that I can move without being taken away by all of the distortion.
So, Ned, I have a question, if you don't mind. Does intention play a role in the breathing coherence, or is awareness just enough?
I think it's intention to just continue to follow the path, the vertical path. It almost becomes like a mantra, for the mind to work with. And then with the usage of any mantra, eventually the mantra itself disappears. And it simply just becomes a tool um, for the active mind to work with until eventually it's just kind of let go of. So
Okay.
but
I know you've been immersed in this for a long time, and you've got your own personal practice, and you stepped out of that a little bit in helping work with other people with it, and it's been pretty powerful. What would you say is the biggest misunderstanding out there about breath work?
well, I don't really think that to me it's not really breath work. I guess it's coherence work.
Okay.
I think it's coherence work because that's actually I don't have any formal training in anything like that, like breath work. Um, and my goal is just to how can I become coherent, like consistently and stably? How can I be self-aware, relaxed within myself, not being thrown about by all of the wild energy in the world, and to be stable and coherent in my own space. And how can I then take that into the relationships that I have in my life? Um, yeah, and it's challenging. I think it's getting easier. I feel like it's getting a lot easier because I think we're all connecting more.
Mhm.
I think we're all making uh, open and honest connections from the heart with one another, which is where that coherence point. That's why, I kind of bring everything back to the heart. Uh, comes from. And yeah, so
Yeah,
I think
I
it's
would
just
agree with you with that.
yeah, 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 just to authenticity, I think is the word.
Yeah, that's a big one. Well, thank you, Nate, for
Yeah,
sharing that with us. It was really powerful, and I will tell you that it really helped me, so I appreciate that it was in the middle of the day and, will definitely influence my energy moving forward for the rest of the summit today.
sure.
It was special, and it's really a beautiful reminder on how much support is available through something as simple and as accessible as breath.
As the breath, I couldn't have said it better. Yeah,
Yeah.
very, very, very nice. Yeah, well, thank you all. Thank you all for having me on here, and I do appreciate. I want to say thank you for everyone who participated in that together. That was something that we created together. So
Okay.
thank you very much.
And for people who would like to connect with Nate, they can email him at lookbeyondtheedges@gmail.com. I love that email. I know that there's a lot of meaning in that. Thanks, Nate.
That's
You have a great
Yep.
day.
Thank you very much. You too. Thanks, everyone.
Welcome back, everyone. In this next session, we're exploring how music can help the body feel safer and more settled. I'm joined by Dr. Steve Koch, a chiropractor, musician, and energy healer whose work is grounded in years of hands-on experience with the physical body and how sound and frequency support the nervous system regulation. The music you were just listening to while we're waiting for this session is called Emerging by his band, Martyrs of Sound, and it is actually currently charted at number 8 on the New Age chart. So congratulations, Steve, and welcome to the summit.
Thank you, Dr. Sandra. It's so great being here and seeing you.
So I have a lot of questions about music, and I'm going to ask the first one that's been on top of mind for a while. There's a lot of conversation in wellness spaces about the different tuning standards, especially the 432 hertz, often framed as more natural or regulating than the modern tuning. From your perspective, what's helpful for people to understand about tuning, standardization, and how sound actually affects the body? And I have to ask, is that why we're really all waking up at 3:30 in the morning?
So, well, you might not like my answer. So I'm hearing the music in the background. Is that supposed to be going?
Yeah.
Okay.
Is it too loud for you?
Yeah, it was too loud. It was I couldn't. It was over my own voice, so I was.
Oh, okay.
That was sorry. It was just distracting a bit there. Yeah. So you might not like my answer, but I don't pay any attention to that. I know people are all over it, and it's the big thing, and you can get the different tuning and play them for 8 hours on YouTube, and I think it's fantastic. I love that people are exploring things like that. I guess I'm still in the Stone Age. I haven't paid any attention to that or given it any notice to affect what I'm doing. One day I might, but it's been low priority, and I found that it hasn't been necessary to do what I want to do with music and healing to delve into that. I guess it's a bit too cerebral for me. It's too much. Everything I've tried to look into it, and it's just so in the head and so cerebral. And I'm more about the gut brain and that part of the nervous system, how we feel the music, how we take it in, and I'm sure that tuning affects it. And I know people will disagree with me and say I'm, again, I'm stuck in the Stone Age, but you know what? My favorite thing about music is to get out a big old drum that's just made of a log and an animal skin over it and use my hands and make sounds that I feel through my body and resonate through the room. And I know that works. So, when I didn't mean to use Stone Age as a reference, but that's that is enough for me. I can sit down with my djembe and get people dancing, moving their feet, or laying out in relaxation, all kinds of different things. So yeah, sorry I don't have more on that, but
No, actually, you just answered my next question too, but I'm going to say it honestly was just a curiosity for me because I've not done a lot of research. I look around and I almost wondered, like, is it fake news? Is this really real? What difference does it make? I've looked at some of the science behind it, and they always say, this is why you wake up at 3:30 in the morning. And I'm like, really? Like, is that really so? So when it came up with, when you agreed to be on the summit, I thought, I'm going to ask Steve. He comes from a medical background and he comes from a deep musical background. So
I could be totally.
I think my answer is I still don't know if it's fake news or not. It's really irrelevant, but it truly was a big curiosity for me. So, for you as a musician, and I believe you just answered this question, like from the nervous system response, what matters most, the specific tuning or the music created in the experience?
Right.
That's a lot more real to me. So actually your answer made sense.
Okay. Good. Yeah. To me, it's the overall vibe. We're talking about vibrations, and music is a vibration. one of, something that blew me away when I first started learning about guitar, and my guitar teacher was this very cosmic guy, John Doan. He plays the Celtic harp guitar. It's got like 30 strings, and he's this way out there guy. And first thing he said, he hit a string, and he goes, in so much time and space, that note divides and then divides and divides and keeps dividing and dividing. And I go, for how long? And he goes, forever. And that one thing there clicked me into, because everything I studied about yoga, every word we speak, every vibe we put out there is infinite, and it goes on. It might be undetectable because it gets to be such on a spectrum that we can't perceive it, obviously. But every vibration goes on and on and on. And in the yogic practices, it's the consciousness of our words and our thoughts that is a focus of importance, because everything is vibration. Everything in our known existence is vibrating down to the microcosm of, subatomic particles. Everything is vibrating. So on a gross physical level here, taking music and vibration and sound and using that to have an effect is what interests me. And there's a lot of things that do that, tempo and key and things like. There's a lot of musical things that I've learned over time that are important. But I've just, and I could be wrong, but I've found that the how many hertz it's tuned at is a little gimmicky. And also you got to get in and figure out how to do that on your computer and recording. And I'm not a recording guy. I'm not an engineer. I just like making the sound. And like I say, my main thing is I would just love to sit and bang on my drum and create vibrations and feel it in the gut.
Okay, let's shift this just for a quick minute.
Sure.
From your perspective, just because you are really well-rounded with your background, what does the science actually tell us about how the music supports the nervous system?
Okay. Yeah. It might be at the essence of it. I read a paper about 20 years ago that someone was postulating that the nervous system works on sound waves, not electrical waves. And they went all into all these details about how there's no heat or resistance generated by nervous system conduction. And they went on. And this thing made so much sense, and it never saw it again. This is in the early days of the internet. I didn't save it. I tried to find it again. But there's something about that. Maybe our nervous system at this most fundamental level is communicating with sound waves even below what we register as electrical impulses through EEGs and nerve conduction studies. Sound waves may be at the essence of it. And so therefore, sound is affecting it at the most basic level. On top of that, we know that sound affects the nervous system, and also important, the endocrine system, the glandular system, the pituitary, pineal, the thyroid, the thymus. These glands interact with the nervous system back and forth and put out little micro doses of hormones in our system that create our moods, affect our perception, way beyond what we know of. We used to talk about, the runner's high and endorphins. And, there's so much about the glandular system that we don't understand that's going on. And it's tied in intricately with the nervous system. And music affects both of those very deeply.
Okay, that's really helpful for me. We really could take this whole session down a clinical path, but for this session, really, I want to step outside of that setting and talk about it a little differently. How can we use music more intentionally in our everyday life to really help us manage through life?
I like that question, that approach. It's something we do already, and I like that you said use it more in that way. But we already do that. Most of us, I think, do that. I do that all the time. If I'm wanting to get worked up for something, I'll put on certain music to get my nervous system geared up. I was feeling super mellow this morning and like too relaxed. So I put on some good old music that, I grew up with in the 60s, some real grungy rock and roll. And it got that to just get me pumped up a bit so I can not just be sitting here like, I wanted to have some energy here. So I used
Sure.
that to get me going. And then I tuned in and I put on some of my own stuff I've done for relaxation to calm me down just so I wasn't all amped up before coming into this. And we do that all the time. We'll put on music to create a romantic mood. We'll put on music, the heartbreak music. Everyone's got their heartbreak playlist of, the songs that when you want to feel that depth of the heart. You might not say, "Well, I want to feel sad," but you want to feel that thing, and you put on, and sometimes you don't want to feel it. So intentionally, like, I love that song. It's on the radio a lot. "Something in the Orange." It's a sad song, a breakup song, and it comes on the radio. And if I'm like, no, I don't want to feel bad right now, and I'll change the station. Or if I'm feeling, I want to feel that depth of that pain of longing and so forth, I'll let it play. And we all have playlists too. You have your workout playlist you take to the gym. I've got a walking playlist that when I go out walking, I've got my yoga playlist. I've got my go to sleep playlist. And a lot of us are already using this intentionally. So what I'm doing with music and wanting to create is music that can intentionally be used for healing. And because like I say, a lot of people already use this they've got their gym playlist. How many people have a healing playlist, a deep relaxation playlist, an astral projection, float out of your body playlist? And that's the way we can use it more. We can find this music, not just Martyrs of Sound, my band. This is like, I'm late to the game. This has been going on for years and years before I got involved in it 20 years ago. There's a lot of good healing, beyond relaxing music. And people love it too. And look how popular Enya became. She was like the first crossover of new age sound into the mainstream. And everyone who belonged to a CD club back in the day in the 90s, got that Enya CD and listened to it on repeat in the background, just letting it play because it had that soothing effect and that healing effect. And one of her secrets was she didn't just record her voice once or twice. She laid multiple, like dozens and dozens of layers of her voice doing the exact same tone, not harmonizing, not making it altered different, but doing it exactly the same, which gave it a haunting depth to it that I think that really, was something that caught people. They felt it in their nervous system. They felt this depth, like someone was sitting in a cave doing some ancient chant, because it had this serious, the vibe was so deep and so intense. I don't know if that answered your question, but we can use intentional music intentionally in our everyday life, just playing it in the background.
I was one of those people in the CD club who got my tape, and you're right. There's definitely a certain vibe, and there's a mood or a longing or something that you're looking for. Mm-hmm. That you look for the music, and it just takes you deeper and deeper and deeper with that. So let's shift away from the one-on-one part of the music. What are your thoughts on group music making, like singing and drumming and even dancing? How do these affect social bonding and emotional regulation?
So several things happen when we do that. We connect with others, and our nervous systems, I believe, actually start linking up. Our hearts start beating to the same rhythm. Our heart rate changes. Our, like I was talking about, the glandular system, pituitary pineal glands start secreting differently. And we feel it. Most people know it. You get into a group of people and you're playing that music and you like that music and they start moving, dancing. Or when you're playing music with people, man, that is, to me, that's the ultimate high, when you connect with others and you're making the music, and it's like one mind gets created. So if one mind is being created, that means our nervous systems are linked together and we're connected. Like when I'm playing music with certain people, I know when we're going to change or stop or pick up or drop down. And it's not cues. It's not like someone gives, the wink, like, okay, now we're going to, change up. Because a lot of times when we're doing this, we have our eyes closed. It's all hearing and feeling. And when you connect on that depth, obviously our brains are all our nervous system, everything's connected because things happen too fast. We change up, and it's because it's like the school of fish. They're all going this way, then they all go that way. How do they, 100 fish all turn exactly at the same time? It's like a one mind. And I think that's something that a lot of people enjoy, getting into that connection. And I think it's important too. I've done a lot of the improvisational, what some people call ecstatic dance or free form movement. And when you do that with people time after time, say week after week for months and years, maybe you barely speak to them, but I feel like I know those people sometimes better than, say, people I work with or neighbors and so forth. There's something about letting down all the image and the words and the facade and connecting on a primal level. And like I say, there's people who I play music with and dance with or done drum circles with who I feel like I know that in them at a depth that you can't get through by talking and hanging out other ways. And I believe that's because our nervous systems are in tune. They're in training is the term that's used when your nervous system and brain link up with something and become one with it. It's like on that same track.
So that's interesting that you say that. So it's like it's its own communication and its own communication and language in its own.
Mm-hmm.
And it's interesting as telepathy is getting a lot of conversation and awareness now.
Mm.
We were talking, I was thinking it almost feels like a different version of telepathy. It really is communicating and interacting with someone on a whole different level that doesn't use language or words. Because as you were sharing, I was feeling being back in a drum circle, that kind of thing. And I thought, yeah, this really is like it's a different, unique connection and language of its own. But I honestly had never thought of it that way till you said it. So I do want to go back to something else you said that interested me. How does it feel different being the person up on the stage providing the music, being the person who's in the audience experiencing the music, or is there a difference?
There's not much of a difference to me. At first, sometimes there's some nerves, obviously, and many great performers say if you're not nervous, then something's going wrong. You should feel some energy and a little bit of stir up. But after it gets going, there's not a difference. I feel connected, just like they're using their body, or if they're not moving or dancing, they're using their ears and their mind. They're connected with the music too. And I feel that our nervous systems connect the same way as if they were playing. Oftentimes I'll forget that I'm playing and I'll be like, oh, I like that sound. Where's that coming from? And I'll look down and I'll go, oh yeah, I'm doing that. And I better keep doing it or it's going to stop. And I think a good example of that connectedness of audience and the musicians is Grateful Dead shows. If you've ever been to the old Dead shows, the audience and the band were one. It was just all one big mass of energy and all connected. And those guys understood music and connection and healing at the top degree.
Well, yeah, they definitely attracted audiences, individuals across generations and across different subcultures.
Mm-hmm.
So they truly did have an
it unites people. Music can unite people and bring people together. And, it's kind of cliche to say we're in a time of crisis now. When have human beings not been in crisis? It's just we're, I think, more aware of it. It's more impactful and hitting us more in our everyday life. And music, I think, is a tool that can bring us together and bring healing and bridge that gap across these different ways that we think, because music is beyond thinking. And it's not about what ideology or what thoughts or your opinions. It takes you to a state of we're all feeling a basic human thing in the same way, because music goes, beneath all that surface stuff down to the core. Like I was saying earlier, the gut brain to me is important to hit there. And I like to create music that goes into there at a very deep level. I test all my music by listening to it many, many times over and over again, and making sure that it stays in here and doesn't just go up into here. I mean, you can listen to it and you go, oh, I like that sound and that, but to me, it's got to resonate in the body and through the nervous system specifically. And to me, that'll be something that can hopefully bridge some of these gaps that we're feeling.
I totally agree with you. It's interesting to me because I feel like most music is not in the brain, and it really does live in the nervous system. But what I would say is, if you talk to people in general, they would be unconscious that their body is having specific reactions to it, or that they're listening to a piece of music to get a reaction from their body. And they're not necessarily connecting the two. Can you expand a little bit about maybe how someone out there can develop their own personal awareness of something that they had been more unconscious about with music?
Sure. I recommend, while you're listening to something, besides just enjoying or listening to it, give a little awareness to thinking, where do you feel it in your body? Physically, where do you feel it? What thoughts are coming up? Are memories coming up? Are feelings coming up? Are you thinking of certain people, a place or a time? Music is beyond time, but it links into times. You can hear a song and remember when you heard it first, or remember when you were driving in a car somewhere and a fun time. And that's why they use music in movies so much, to stimulate that feeling along with what you're watching and hearing people speak. But I'd say just become more aware. Pay attention when you're listening to music. Where is it hitting? What are you thinking? What emotions is it bringing up? And the more you tune into that, then you can start doing it purposefully. You go, oh yeah, I need to feel relaxed. So you go, oh yeah, I've got that song that relaxes me, or I need to feel joyous, or you know what? I'm thinking about my deceased loved one, but I'm feeling blocked. So let me put on, let me hit that song that always brings the tears up and touches me deeply. And we can use it for all kinds of things. Once we start identifying, the first step is to be still, breathe, pay attention. That's the key to everything. Be still, breathe, pay attention, and then go from there. My first music lesson was a friend said, we're sitting on drums, and he said, I'm going to play, listen to what I do, you play, listen. If it sounds good, keep playing. If it doesn't sound good, stop and listen again. And that's it. It all starts with listening. It's being still and listening.
Okay. It's a whole body affair, the music. So I guess they call it playlists today, but back in the day of creating mixtapes, it's exactly what you said.
Yeah.
You would make a mixtape for a road trip. You would make a mixtape if you met someone that, you wanted to connect more deeply with. You would make mixtapes definitely based on specific topics or actions that you were doing, and then you would play them for that. That makes so much sense. Well, thank you for reminding us that music doesn't have to be complicated or clinical or deeply regulating. It can be healing just in its own personal way for each person. I know we could get a lot into just vibration and vibration healing, but I think music is very unique to the individual. as well as the intent of the music when they're listening. So I really appreciate you being here. And I do want to let everyone know that a lot of the music that you'll be hearing throughout the summit and that you've heard today is from Sound of Martyrs. Steve so graciously has allowed us to use it throughout the summit. And just to give you a little shout out, I heard that recently your album was just nominated for New Age Album of the Year. So congratulations on that.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, that was a surprise and exciting to see. Yeah.
Yeah, those are nice surprises.
Yeah. Yeah.
So to learn more about Steve and his music, you can go to his website, martyrofsound.com. Again, thank you, Steve. I appreciate you being here.
Thanks. It's always good to see you. It's so nice to talk again.
Welcome to the session of Light Language, a sound that calms and heals. So, if light language is new to you, you're probably not alone. This is not a language of the mind. It is meant to analyze or make sense of. Instead, it's experienced much like music. You don't need to understand it for it to move you. This is a language of the soul. It's really connecting to the soul, and if your brain doesn't understand it, your soul will connect with it. So today I am joined by Latan. I'm joined today with Latanya Dixon, Corey Kishwagi, and Gloria Hunsberger, who each experience and express light language in their own unique way. So together, they're going to help us explore what happens when someone experiences light language without needing to understand it. So welcome. It's so good to have all three of you here at the summit.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi.
So Corey, I have a question for you. How do you personally understand or experience light language?
Oh, well, that's a big question because there's so, it's kind of like every person can experience it. It's very personal. So we have like human language, like English that we're speaking, light language. And it's interesting because I believe that human speech, human language also can be considered a part of light language, with the idea that we are made of light, we are energy. So any type of communication, any type of language might be considered a version of light language. Now, recently, the last few years, or maybe even before then, the idea of light language has taken more of a spiritual connotation. Like you said, not really something, it's something we use to communicate, but not really with our rational mind. More like soul to soul, heart to heart, or even nervous system to nervous system. And there's a basis in, the olden days, they talk about like speaking in tongues, which could be considered a version of light language, I would say. But about 4 years ago or so, it's been interesting to me because in the spiritual community, there was just such a burst of growth in this whole idea of light language, speaking light language, using light language as a way to communicate, to express ourselves.
Okay, so for you, Corey, what are some other forms of vibrational or frequency work you've experienced before, and how does light language seem to differ from that?
Yeah, so I've studied other healing modalities, and it's so interesting because there's so many different types of healing modalities that are available and coming out now. A lot of the modalities, when you work with it, there's someone who does the modality and someone who receives it. And so with light language, you can also, like when you go to a sound bath, you're receiving the energy of the music, of the vibrations, of the frequency. But with light language, you can receive it and you also are a creator, you can generate it. It comes from tapping within. And that whole area of sound healing has grown so much the last few years and continues to expand, using frequency and vibration as healing. And then now we're also getting into using our voice, us being the creator of frequency, of vibration, and tapping into something deeper than just from our thoughts and rational mind, using that.
Okay. So Latanya, for you, my understanding is light language shows up spontaneously for most people. What was your experience with it?
Well, my experience with it was, first of all, when I first experienced it, I didn't know what it was. I just thought it was sound that was so undescribable. And I know it to me, it felt like love, but it also felt neutral. Um, so, and also when the first time I experienced it was through meditation. Um, and sometimes I would match or harmonize with that. Um, but I had no name for it. Um, I'm quite sure there's people that do have spontaneous experience, possibly with the what he was saying about the what do you call it? The speaking of the tongues. Um, Sometimes that may be spontaneous because it could just come out of nowhere. Um, and I guess I just want to distinguish that with the light language, my understanding is it has no um, what do you call it? It has no religious connection. It's it's just connecting with spirit, with source, and for me, it's also connecting with, I guess you can say, with the flowers. The last time we met is connecting with the stars, connecting with the earth. It's really, for me, it's harmonizing with things such as their spirit of things. Um, and it's very calming. It's very calming. It's very beautiful. It's the only word I can think of is love. And I can't even explain. I could not even explain how vast that word is in a human's or a definition out of the dictionary. It's unexplainable. I can't explain it. It's
Okay.
just beautiful and it's healing and it's grounding.
So, Latanya, when the light language comes through you, what do you notice first in your body or your awareness? I believe you have a pretty intense experience with it, is my understanding.
What I actually, it's pretty neutral. What happens is my
Okay.
chakras line up and it's like I go to a different space. Um, I guess I'm gonna use the word spirit to a different space, like really connecting with spirit. Um, and I don't have to necessarily sit here and meditate to do that. I can just go there if I wanted to. Um, and so it's I'm trying to explain it here. But anyway, the chakras line up, the seven powers in your body, but also the chakras that are above and outside of your body line up. The last time I saw the star tetrahedron there, and I also it just depends.
Okay.
So, but it's harmonizing with love, harmonizing with something that is so profound and so beautiful that you cannot even explain it.
That's fair enough. I think that we're embarking on a lot of things that there's not a lot of language for, and
Yeah.
it's, you know, it feels like everyone's having a really unique experience with us with the similar energy. So for you, Gloria, um, I feel like most people, they relate to the light language as a sound or a frequency,
Mhm.
but my understanding is sometimes it can show up as hand gestures and other forms. For you, how does the light language show up?
Well, for me, it initially showed up during my shamanic training that I had years ago, and shamanic drumming. I saw symbols, and it. I when I was did shamanic drumming, it's almost like you get into a place where you're one with everything, like all there is. And I started seeing symbols. And later on, I had um, um, light weaving, where we um, again, we got to a place where we're totally, connected from the energy of earth and energy of the heavens. And we start, um, you just feel like I started to express some of those symbols on healing on people. And then from there, I started to hear sounds and was able to I'm able to, that point, expressive voice wise. But initially, mine was more symbols
Okay.
related.
Have you noticed that the language emerges more easily in certain states of like a calm or emotional release, stillness, or connection? I know Latanya mentioned the meditation. What have you noticed?
I noticed that when I get in a place where I feel just all connected, it might be, after meditation, or it might just be where I'm at during the day. And then I feel like when I'm connected to everything, I start um, getting maybe codes from, or I start seeing symbols. Um, and it, I hear it in the background, and I'm able to voice it if I want to, but it's kind of personal type of thing that I feel like connected to everything, and everything is love type of thing. And I feel like a connection of love with everything and joy type of thing.
Yes, I'm noting the central theme here with that intense love that is hard to put into language. So I have so many curiosities around light language. But before we explore some of these, I would love to have each of you share your light language gift with the audience if you're open to that. Latanya, would you like to start?
Oh,
I'm going to put you right
okay.
in the middle of the screen, girlfriend.
Sure.
Oh, come on.
Well, so you want to hear us do the light language is what you're saying.
Yeah,
Okay, sure. Sure, no problem. Did you want me to keep going?
yeah, just a little. I have to tell you, when you
Okay.
just felt really transported by that, I'm sorry, I got really lost in it.
Well, that's what happens to me too.
If you would like to just continue a little bit, that would be
Okay.
fine, and then Corey will jump into you.
Okay.
Beautiful. Latanya, before we move to Corey, if you had to name one word or sensation that light language brings back to you, what would it be? You look a little emotional there in a beautiful way.
The healing of love.
Beautiful. Thank you so much for that.
Thank you.
Corey, I'm going to ask, are you able to speak it or do you only sing it?
I speak it and sing it.
Could you speak it to have the audience feel the difference between the speaking versus the singing?
Yeah, I would love to. And I can also speak almost what I would call different dialects in a way to give people different experiences.
Okay.
And maybe go into a little bit of singing there. So I'll start with what I guess is my normal or default light language here.
Okay.
E sho akana to e mana ma so e te kona anaha a so e wana ta ohe e wana o te wana ko he e shone e te wana ato to he na te kona e wana atone e she e te e wana na o he e wana ai na ati e toko na hana oi o shona ho ashwa shona he shamana Shasho hiwa sha to te iwana ta. Ana toko kana ata so to enanoan ana to e ta akana o te. O she hana hato, to heta kana to she wanata, tawana ite, te wana to kana ote, te hona she emena to wana, waha kone he, waha ko he wana ha so he kana to ene e wana o, one hete wana na to kanata ta kone enewa.
Corey, has your relationship with light language changed over time, or does it feel consistent each time? That was like I could feel that in my nervous system. Like I can't tell you what you said from a mind point, but I felt what you said, if that makes sense.
It makes perfect sense. I can't really say exactly what I had feelings, and it's really interesting because it is almost like, soul to soul, heart to heart, bypassing the rational mind, and even nervous system to nervous system. So the first time I heard light language, the rational mind said, "Oh, it's speech," and it's trying to figure out, "Oh, what is it? What is it saying? What's the meaning?" Which a lot of people do the first time they hear light language, but then after a moment, hopefully it shuts down, and then we sink into our nervous system to feeling it instead, and getting the feeling from the communication instead.
Beautiful. We're going to put Gloria up here. Hi, Gloria. Honestly, I can't believe how quickly the session went. We're almost to the end. So I'll let you use whatever modality that is speaking to you at the moment.
Okay.
So, Gloria, we're a little short on time, but I did want to ask you, does this expression feel intentional when you do it? Is it spontaneous, or does it fit somewhere in the middle of that?
It somewhere in the middle, typically is more spontaneous.
Okay. Well, I want to thank all three of you, Latanya, Corey, Gloria, for sharing your experience. My curiosity is all over the place with this, and I would love to have expanded on this conversation, but our time has gone really quickly.
Mhm.
So I will say that your offerings remind us that everything meaningful doesn't need words. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome back to the session on energetic hygiene for nervous system stability. Many conversations about nervous system care focus on tools and techniques, but today we're exploring something just as essential but not often talked about, energetic hygiene. Julie Baldino will share about energetic hygiene, how porous boundaries, energetic clutter, and ungrounded space contribute to overwhelm, and how simple, intentional clearing practices can support greater nervous system stability. It's great to have you at the summit, Julie.
Thank you. Thanks for having me again. Appreciate it.
Oh, absolutely. When you talk about energetic hygiene, I think it's a term that most people aren't used to. What are you actually referring to?
I'm referring to clearing anything and everything from your life that causes dysregulation, and then having practices in place on a daily basis to make sure that you're in the right mindset and that your boundaries are clear and your energetic space is clear.
Okay, so that's pretty important. That's
Mm-hmm.
broad. So many people feel on edge a lot of times without knowing why. How
Yeah.
can energetic clutter of ungrounded spaces play a role in those feelings?
I want to tell you a story from my personal experience, because when
Oh,
you first asked me to do this, I've gotten the greatest lesson of my life in this in the last year and a half. So
okay.
when you first asked me to do this, I said, "Oh my gosh, I'm probably the worst person to talk about this, because I'm coming out of the most dysregulated 2 years of my life, where kind of all of my practices were set aside to survive." So, but then I thought about it more, and I thought, actually, I'm the perfect person to talk about this, because having had decades of experience with very solid, grounded spiritual practices, daily habits, I was able to live in a completely dysregulated state. And now I'm at ground zero, and I can talk about coming back from ground zero. so, so I think the first thing that comes to mind is removing the source of the dysregulation from your life. And I think oftentimes we don't know what that is until we do. And then sometimes that decision is really difficult. For me, it was removing a very angry husband from my house. And I didn't even realize that was the source of the need for me to constantly have spiritual practices and rituals to keep myself regulated until he was gone. And then I literally slept for 10 days once that happened, because my body was so tired. And then I was like, oh my gosh, I'm here, I've been trying to fix myself and have all these practices and do all these things, but the real problem was actually inside the home.
What an
So, yeah, yeah, yeah. And you really don't know until you can separate yourself from it. But once you do, I think the peace starts to flow in, and you kind of realize why you were doing everything all along, because it was keeping you sane. So number one is remove the source of the dysregulation.
okay.
Yeah.
So what are some subtle signs that the nervous system was being affected by the environment or the energetic load? So was this more retrospective than really recognizing it in the moment?
I love that you asked that question, because there were very clear signs. One of them, and it took somebody else to notice it in me. Um, One of them was, I startle really easily. Like when a door opens or somebody walks up the stairs, I would jump like 2 feet in the air. And I never knew why that was until my daughter came home from college with a psychology degree, and she walked up the stairs, opened the door. It scared the crap out of me, like it always does. And I jump and go, oh. And I said, gosh, Cassie, I'm so sorry. I don't know why my body does that. And she said, that is from decades of living with an angry man.
Wow. From
Yeah.
the mouths of babes, huh?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and I had recently been diagnosed with ADHD late in life in my 40s, which actually turned out to be CPTSD, because the doctor didn't kind of know what they were looking for, and it wasn't until I saw a domestic violence expert that deals with CPTSD assessments that she was like, it's this is not ADHD, this is trauma being inflicted on a daily basis for 20 something years. So it was her noticing that, it was a friend noticing my fear in a vehicle, because I was used to being a passenger with an angry driver, and trying to reassure. It was just things like that that came up over and over again, where it was pointed out that my behavior or my level of fear or hypervigilance was abnormal. And I had to kind of start looking at what was the root? What was the root of that? So,
That's really interesting.
yeah.
So let's talk about, so for you, because it was part of a lifetime of it, it was your normal until someone
Yeah.
pointed out to you that it wasn't normal. You saw it
Yeah.
as normal in the moment.
Yeah, because I've always been pretty like, I wouldn't say high strung, but I'm constantly moving. I'm working or I'm cooking or I'm organizing or I'm taking care of dogs or I'm always doing something. And what I realize now is that was a distraction from actually dealing with what was really happening. And now that that situation has been removed, I notice that I'm able to be more present. I'm able to receive joy, to feel pleasure. I can even see colors brighter and smell things greater, because it must do something to your brain to block stuff like that. So, those protection mechanisms that we use to keep ourselves feeling like we're regulated also block out like everyday pleasures and joy in life.
Well, that's really interesting
Hmm.
observation.
Yeah.
So the term trauma informed,
Yeah.
that's used a lot. What
Yeah.
does it truly mean in practice, not just as a buzzword? I feel like you're the perfect person to speak to this.
Yeah, and I was always very cautious of that, just because I'm a conscientious healer, and I realized that touch is not for everybody. I realized that certain language patterns are not for everybody. What I think I learned over the last year is part of being trauma informed is not healing people when you're in active trauma. And so I have not performed any healing sessions for well over a year, because my nervous system simply could not do it without kind of inflicting some of my stuff on clients. So, so yeah, I think touch is a big one. Requesting permission, consent, using language that's not going to incite trauma or trigger people. Um, but also knowing your own boundaries and your own limits as far as what you can do for people.
Okay, that's really interesting to me that you paused your practice for a year with that, because your practice was just so much a part of who you were.
Yeah,
And
it was. Yeah.
yeah, and in some ways a distraction at times, did you use it for? Or did you consciously recognize that, "Hey, I'm not in the right space to be doing this?"
I did consciously recognize that. And how I recognized that was I couldn't fathom helping someone. I just did not have the energetic space. I couldn't give anymore because there was so much being pouring into what I was dealing with. Um, and I had people ask me, I had people call me in crisis, and I referred them to somebody else because I knew that I couldn't do it. And I think that, part of me doing it, it did help me, I think, to help other people, when I wasn't looking at what was actually going on in my life, it,
Mhm.
but when I had to actually sit with it and deal with it, I knew that I didn't have yeah, I didn't have the space to do it for other people for a while. I just got to the point where I feel like I could, and
Okay.
it's been a year and a half.
Welcome back.
Thank you. Thank you.
For people who are really sensitive and empathic, which I feel like you fit into that, what's especially important to understand about those energetic boundaries for people who are out there?
So when I was doing healing sessions on people before I took the break, one of the things that I had to do was before a session, and I never know what I'm getting into. I don't know who's coming in. Sitting alone with myself in quiet for 10 minutes and just preparing myself. And I noticed that I would either come out of a session really um, overwhelmed with sadness. One particular situation was a person that I treated who had just lost both their parents.
Mm.
Um, and then, or I would come out really energetic, and I think it was because that was the emotion that came from the person during the session, and so sitting in meditation for 10 minutes before, and then sometimes doing grounding work after, and or using singing bowls to clear my energy, or bells, or smoke, or whatever it is that your preference. I had to have some kind of a ritual after to feel like I had cleansed my space.
Okay, so from your perspective, how does energetic hygiene differ from like mindset work or emotional processing?
I think it's the physical embodiment of that. It's having a physical action to go with the intention or the mindset. For me, um, I'm a doer. And so and I am against like ignoring what is ugly with mindset shifts. I think we need to sit with that for a little bit. And I have an example of this. I was working with a healer during this whole period and really trying to come to grips with what had just happened to me. And she said to me, and she's a great healer. This was just the wrong approach to take with me. She said to me, I need you to imagine this person as a small child so you can look at his innocence again. And I had this realization that I couldn't do that because the only way to get through this was to be angry and to fight. And so I think a lot of times when we look at things in terms of mindset shifts, we gloss over kind of what we need to deal with or what we need to survive. Which for me, it was being fired up. I knew at the end of this, I'm going to figure out a way to shift out of this mindset. But while I'm in survival mode and getting through this horrible period, that's where I need to be. so, so I think it's the coupling of the physical action with the intention or the mindset shift.
Well, I thank you for sharing that, especially from a really visceral, personal level, because there's a lot of people out there experiencing very, very, very similar things. And you, people, it's important to be mindful of the shift of where it takes that person. When you start getting into guilt and shame and all of those kinds of things. I love that you recognized it very consciously for you specifically, that you were sort of in the fight for your life, it sounds like, in the moment,
Yeah.
and you needed to be supported in that space. Maybe
Yeah.
5 years from now, you might be able to revisit that with a different conversation, but not in the moment right now.
Yeah. Yeah. That was my survival. And I think that collectively, particularly in the United States, we are dealing with a, a lot of abuse type behaviors from our government. And so, I mean, so this kind of affects a lot of people. Before there was just this percentage of women who were domestic violence victims, but we're all experiencing it right now. And not to get political, but a lot of the behaviors that we see in our federal government are on the abuser checklist. The gaslighting, the deflecting, the projecting, it's all part of it. So and that is going to trigger a lot of different emotions out of people, and a lot of people get reactive and they get angry. And I think you need to kind of sit with that before you say, good vibes only and move on, because you need to know where it's coming from and how to process it and deal with it.
Yeah, I would agree with you that the politically correct can create um, its own problems because it's taking the victim and putting them in a box and not acknowledging their truths with it. So the word
Mm-hmm.
be spoken, and kudos to you for being willing to say that. And from that perspective, how does one take care of themselves in this? When we're talking about, porous energy and energy boundaries, what can we do every day? I had a laugh when you talked about the smoke, because before the summit, I was walking around, the office where I do my recording in with my Palo Santo, and, smoking myself, smoking the computer, smoking the microphone, doing all that kind of stuff. But I think, most people don't think about those things and the
Mm-hmm.
effect of it. So could you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, I can. Speaking from experience over the last year, the best advice I can give is you do what you can. Because for me, I had to set aside a lot of my daily things, and my practice became sitting on the floor with my dogs for 5 minutes at night, or taking an extra long walk instead of maybe preparing an altar or laying in the crystal healing bed that I have behind me, because my brain couldn't focus long enough to do that. And I think I see a lot of people who get really angry with themselves because they can't meditate, or they can't journal every day. So you do what you can, and you apply it to other areas in your life where you become present. And for me, it's being outside, it's being at the beach. Again, it's being with my animals, it's being with my new partner and just sitting and not saying anything. It doesn't have to be a ritualistic practice. It can just be something that makes you grounded and present, and whatever you can handle at the time. And I think at the end of this, I had to, I think about it all the time, like, oh my gosh, I haven't done this, I haven't done this, I haven't done this forever. One thing I did do was follow the moon phases. I did do that. That was a practice that I kept up because it was really important to me. But lastly, I had to give myself grace for not doing all of the things and just doing what I had to do to survive.
Talk a little bit about that. Giving yourself grace. Those are such powerful words. Can you just expand on that a little bit?
Yeah, I think that I'm one of those people that is very critical of my daily habits, and I have my shit together. Like everybody that I know is like, what do you mean? You're so zen. You so have your shit together. You must do X, Y, and Z every day. And for a long time I did, because that's what I had to do to survive inside of this household under the circumstances. But once that was gone and I went into fight mode, I did have to stop myself and do something, but I didn't have the energy to do all of the things. So at the end, I had to stop and say, okay, I'm not going to punish myself for a year and a half of not practicing what I preach, because all I could do was take a walk, or all my brain could manage was sitting with my dogs or taking them outside to brush them, which in itself can be a spiritual practice. So I had to give myself grace in a way that I had to forgive myself for not doing all the things, and just say, it's okay. You were surviving.
Kudos to you. I think that that's a missing piece to the puzzle for so many people, is they're always willing to give other people grace, but themselves not so much.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. And I've told people that over the years, who have said things to me like, I just can't meditate, I can't sit still, or I can't get into a journaling practice. And that might not be your thing. It might be something else. It might be getting outside. It might be hugging a tree. It might be putting your bare feet in the dirt. It might be doing nothing one day. Like for me, when I finally got the angry man out of the house, I slept for 10 days. And I was really hard on myself because I took those 10 days, but then I had to say to myself, my body was freaking tired. Like I had to give myself those 10 days. Thank God I had help, but you just have to go easy on yourself when you have to pivot from your practice, incorporate something else, or put yourself in a different mindset to survive.
Good. So you talked about two really important things, getting rid of the angry man and what's happening socially, politically in the environment where we're residing at right now. And it's not just the US, it's countries all over the globe. So it's not unique to us. So for people, what are your thoughts on how we can help them discern to carry what's theirs, but recognize what isn't? Because I think that was part of your journey was you didn't recognize what was.
Yeah.
It sounds like just in this brief conversation.
Yeah. Yeah. With regard to what is going on to the world, I had to tune it out. Because I did not have the energetic space to take it all in. And I know that in the state that I was in, there was nothing I could do to resolve any issues at that level. Even in a grounded state, there might be nothing I can do to resolve those bigger issues. So, at the risk of being politically uninformed or people thinking that I might not know what's going on, there were plenty of times where I had to completely tune it out, with regard to what is going on in the news and the world and everywhere else. So yeah.
Okay, I think that that's part of energetic hygiene for sure,
Yeah.
because we're being blessed with so much from so many different directions. It's hard to believe our time is almost up here. So as we wind down, what's one small shift in an energetic boundary or environment that someone could experiment with today just to help support their nervous system stability a little bit?
I've got a big one for this, and Kate would agree with this. One of the very first things that I did was clean up my space. I made that my mission to get my house clean and beautiful and decorated like I wanted to. And it wasn't buying anything, it was moving.
Well, I'm going to wonder if we have a little bit of a bandwidth problem. So I want to thank Julie. Nervous system care honestly doesn't have to be complicated. When we tend to our energetic hygiene with awareness and choice, we give the body permission to settle, ground, and return to balance, one small practice at a time. So thank you, Julie. I appreciate how authentic you were and your willingness to share today.
Shanti. Om Shanti. Om Shanti. Om.
Welcome to Managing Stress with the Intuitive Mind. Stress and emotional overload often leave people searching for clarity outside of themselves. In this session, Betty Friedson, a psychotherapist, author, and intuitive guide, explores how intuition can become a steady practice ally in managing stress. Blending clinical grounding with intuitive awareness, Betty shares tools for accessing inner guidance, restoring clarity, and meeting life's challenges with greater resilience and ease. Excited to have you here today, Betty.
So happy to be with you. Make sure you can hear me okay. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. You're a little low for me.
Okay. Let's try this. Is this better or worse?
That is better. Thank you.
Better. Okay, let me
Yes.
take it out. So sharing the slides, so you'll move the slides, or would you want me to do that?
Are you able to control them?
I think I can, but I don't know if they'll show up. So do you have to give me access, or do I just maybe
Yeah,
I
you have
can?
access to move them.
Oh, good. I can do it. Wonderful. Wonderful. Thank you. Sandra,
Okay.
it's great to see you again.
Yes, it's
And
nice to see you. So I'm going to sit in the background and I'll let you get started with your presentation.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you so much. I'm honored to be here. And thank you, everybody, for joining me at this wonderful summit that Sandra and her associates have put together. And thank you, Sandra, for the intro. So, what I want to do in this half hour is give you some information about how your intuitive mind can help you to manage your nervous system and reduce stress, and also share with you two very simple exercises that you can do on your own anytime you want to tone up your nervous system, reduce your stress, and at the same time, maybe even solve some problems. So let's do the simplest one first. And what I invite you to do is to take a breath with me. Allowing your out breath to be just a little bit longer, because the breath and gentle breathing is the quickest route to calming the nervous system and starting to bring intuition online. The next step is to just find something to look at outside of your current frame of reference. Just gaze out a window, look at a picture on the wall, look at something on my wall, and notice how your focus starts to become more concentrated inside. So just do that for a moment. And the easy step is to just notice what it's like to take the focus inside by just looking at something else. Allowing your breathing to be rhythmic and normal as you do that. So just take 30 seconds of your private time to experience that experience. And when you're ready, come back. There are 2 articles that I've sent to Sandra, and you'll either have them sent to you or they'll be posted. I'm not sure which, but one of them, you will be guided. One of them is about the intelligence of intuition. And so just a little bit about intuition. Intuition is actually part of the way we think. We think not just verbally with this part of the brain, but we think with the whole brain, with the mind, and with the body. Some people think that intuition has to be outside of the logical mind. In fact, that's really a myth, that intuition can include logic. It often includes what you know, what you've learned, and is an amalgamation of everything that's going on in the unconscious or non-conscious part of the mind. If you're curious about that, I encourage you to explore. You can get in touch with me for more information, but that's a capsule. Another capsule is that intuition is innate. It's natural. We all use it all the time, even when we're not totally aware of that. Intuition is accessible through quiet awareness. Many practices guide people to utilizing the quiet mind. Lots of meditation, mindfulness, relaxation. When I teach about intuition, which I've done for many years with stress management using intuitive skills, explain to people that all of those practices are very similar. They each have a different focus. And with using intuition, your focus can be to solve problems and particularly to calm your system. Intuition can happen at other times through consciously quieting your mind, but also times when your mind is naturally quiet. So I am hoping that I can change this because I am not sure how I did it. Oh, there we go. Listening within. Intuition is about going inside with that little exercise, stilling the mind, softening the breath, and just knowing, noticing, becoming aware of what comes up. The second exercise we'll do before we end is in consciously utilizing intuition for problem solving. I have lots of exercises. Feel free to contact me behind the scenes. I'm happy to share all sorts of resources with you. And I want to emphasize that intuitive wisdom can arise in words, in pictures, feelings, sensations, memories, daydreams, things that cue you and something just comes up. And we learn how, over time, to understand what we intuit and use it to help deal with stress. That guidance is really critical. So take a moment to experience that. And just notice the picture of the bamboo and see what arises as you look at it. Is it about color, shape, composition? What does it remind you of? And it could be nothing. And you could just be tuning it all out, which is okay too. Intuition offers many benefits, can give you more mental clarity, more confidence in yourself, in learning how to use the guidance, can help you understand deeper meanings of your experiences, problem solving, and intuitive knowing, or what I sometimes call intuitive wisdom, can help you integrate ideas and thoughts of your own special, unique brand of wisdom. Intuition can guide you through difficult situations. It can come up in hunches too, where you're not spending a conscious moment looking for it. It can just be there. And that's very interesting and something I talk more about in longer teaching. I really encourage you to explore what parts of these are interesting to you. One of the things that's very interesting to myself and many of my students is how to manifest intentions using intuition. It's very, very interesting. And the exercise we'll do at the end is a little bit of that embodied in it. Most importantly, and in keeping with the care of the nervous system, is an intuitive access, just breathing, gazing, like we did in the beginning, can calm the mind. So let's try it again. This time, just take a look at the picture. 2 overlapping pictures. And I don't know what all of those images and configurations, spots and dots and people doing this or that will mean to you. It is only what it means to you that's important. So take 30 seconds of your time and just notice what emerges as you gaze at this picture. And if you stop listening to my words, if your eyes close instead of gazing, that is just right as well. So 30 seconds of your personal precious time. Excellent. I do want to spend a couple of minutes talking about trusting the process. And as you trust the process and learn more to trust your own unique process, because the way intuitive knowing comes to me, or comes to you, or comes to someone else, is quite personal. And so take a moment to gaze at this image. Colors, spatial relationships, perhaps is a memory of a time. Or perhaps you just are listening to my voice and still have your eyes closed. It's all okay, because you're learning and continuing, I hope, to learn how your intuitive knowing emerges inside of you. And as you gaze at this image, you can settle the mind. What does that mean? You don't even have to know. You can just imagine what it would be like to have a settled mind if you're saying to yourself, my mind is not settled right now. Just imagine what it would be like if it was. How would you feel different? Sometimes in trusting the process, we can pose a question or an intention, which we'll do in a minute or 2 or 3. But for now, just breathe out tension. One of my first exercises I formed and developed years ago was to imagine little valves that you could turn on your forehead, open them up, and just let the tension flow out. And this is with no judgment, because this is your way. You might like that exercise. You might want to have the little valves over here. It's whatever it is right for you. Continue to notice images, ideas, impressions. What are you feeling? What are the sensations that are coming to your awareness? This is all part of what happens in the intuitive mind. Notice particularly how you're feeling right now. One of the important features of calming the nervous system is to know what happens to you when your nervous system goes online, and notice the best ways for you to tamp it down, to tone your vagal nerve, to turn on the parasympathetic system, whatever it means to you, both learning and experiencing. As you gaze at this image, allow meaning to emerge. Maybe it has nothing to do with anything I'm saying. Maybe it's a dream you had last night. Maybe it's something that's coming up in the summit that you're looking forward to seeing. Maybe it's something about tomorrow. A child, a loved one. And I see there may be some comments and questions. I'll leave a couple minutes for that. Thank you. And these things you can think about and review and interpret later. So now we're going to do the problem-solving exercise. And this is one of the first problem exercises that I did in a workshop, and I love it. And it's in 2 parts. I want to hope that you'll do these exercises. I'm getting a message. Am I being heard? I hope so. Someone will let me know if I'm not. This is about finding the gift in the problem. So I can't hear you. Hold on. Okay.
No worries, Betty. We're actually talking to the next guest coming up, so you're good to go.
Oh, okay. So I can still take these off.
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
Thank you, Sandra.
No worries.
I'm good. We're going to do our exercise, part 1 and part 2, and I'm going to do them fairly quickly so we have time for questions. But I encourage you to do these on your own anytime and work with them. Make different pieces to them. They're all manageable and malleable. So take a breath and just continue to be wherever you have been in this time period with me and with yourself, and feel whatever settledness you have felt. And identify your current stressor or problem. If you have one, you don't have to do this exercise. You can do it later. And notice, what are you telling yourself about this particular situation? Good. Doesn't have to be long. You can use it for longer things later. Now, I'd like to encourage you and invite you to send an intention to your intuitive mind for resolution. You could just say, help me, intuitive mind. Or some of you may consult spirit guides or a higher power of your understanding. It's all what is important in how you understand your intuitive mind. And so do this now for a moment. If you don't have a problem that you want to work with, that's fine. Hope you never do, but in case you ever do, this will be something you can have in your toolkit for managing your nervous system and solving problems. If you're interested in other problem-solving exercises, feel free to contact me outside of the summit. I'm happy to share other resources. Okay, so now you've put an intention into your intuitive mind for help solving this problem. And now, think about the problem you solved in the past. This problem is resolved yesterday, last week, a year ago, 10 years ago. Something you dealt with that you're really impressed with yourself about. And what did you learn from this experience? Think about that. Imagine a solution to your current problem that can utilize what you learned from solving this problem in the past. And now take 30 seconds to breathe and imagine. I say visualize, you can see it on a mental screen, what it's going to be like and what you will be feeling like when this problem is resolved. Now, if the mind says, yeah, but I don't know how, that's okay. So you let that pass through like just on a conveyor belt and bring the focus back to what did you learn, how you might apply it. That's right. And how you might use these resources for the current or any other problem. What could they be? If we have a couple minutes to chat, maybe someone would like to share. So just take 30 seconds of your precious time and do this part. They're all important. When you do it on your own, you can do it longer. You can do it to music. You can do it while holding your favorite animal, a baby, taking a bath, taking a walk. Whatever it is, any place, anytime, your space, your intuitive space. And when you're ready, take an easy breath and come back and reorient. And when and if it's time to be willing, able, you want to talk to someone about this experience, you can decide to talk to someone you trust about this experience or not. Your intuitive mind is your own private space for calming your nervous system, for solving problems. So here's information, and feel free to contact me for any information. Some of these, I have 3 books, that some of them, they all have information about stress management in their own context. So I'd love to spend a few minutes with any questions people have. And I think there are things in the private chat, Sandra. I don't know if you're watching.
So, yeah, the private chat it's an internal tool for
Okay.
us to communicate with the guests as they come and go. It's different than the chat in the external tool.
Okay.
But we are actually, it's hard to believe we're up on our time, Betty. Like, that was a really good presentation and the time went really quick. So you had mentioned the 2 guides. I do want to let everyone know that you have the guide on stress, and the other guide is on the other guide that you sent me. I have them up on the website, the Wild World Gathering landing page for the summit. And if they go to your bio, Betty Friedson, Both of them are there. They just have to click them and they will download for them. They'll be there anytime they would want to access them.
And Sandra, I'd love people to have the slides. Will those also be on the website?
I can upload them for you if you would like, yes.
Yeah, in case anyone wants to see my information or see the exercise is also in one of the articles, the gift and the problem exercise. And so they'll have it either in the slides or in the two articles that I sent, so people can do it.
I'm happy to share that with everyone. We want everyone to have all the tools available to them.
Great.
So this conversation has been a reminder that intuition doesn't have to be complicated to be useful. When we slow down and we listen inward, we often find more clarity and steadiness with that. And I love the exercises that you did. It really helps settle down. So, Betty, thank you for sharing your perspective and offering really such thoughtful guidance. And as Betty said, to learn more about her work, you can go to Betty with an E, B-E-T-T-E, Friedson.com. Thank you so much, Betty.
An honor and a privilege to be with you and everyone. Thank you, Sandra.
Thank you.
Appreciate. Bye.
Bye.
Om Shanti. Om Shanti. Om Shanti. Om Shanti. Om Shanti. Om Shanti. Jai Gurudeva, Jai Gurudeva. Jai Gurudeva, Jai Gurudeva.
Welcome to the New Human, Nervous System Coherence and Embodied Evolution. I'd like to invite you to settle in for a transmission rather than a conversation. In this session, Steve, author, will be sharing about the new human offered through the long-standing relationship with the group of 9. This is an invitation to listen beyond the mind, to notice what resonates in your body, and to explore how regulation, presence, and embodiment may be central to how we navigate this accelerated change we're in. Welcome, Steve. I'm not hearing you. Is your mic on? Is there a mic at the bottom of the screen for you to click on?
There we go. Is that better?
Oh, there's that voice I recognize. I've heard it. How are you doing, Steve? Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you. Thanks so much for having me, Dr. Sandra. This is a joy for me. I get to kind of cross over into mainstream for a little bit. It's kind of fun.
Yes, we need you in mainstream a little bit more.
Thank you.
If you're ready, I'm just going to give you the screen. Does that work?
I'm ready. I'm all set. Thank you.
Oh, okay.
I'll let everybody know very briefly that I'm a channel. I'm the channel for the group of 9. I'm actually one of the 9, they tell me. I didn't know that early. And the reason I'm bringing all this up is I am going to channel in just a little bit. But to start out, I want to cover a couple of things that the group has talked about. These are things that are probably going to come up in other areas of the stress. I heard Betty talking about the vagus nerve. We're going to briefly go through that just to kind of share with you a different view. You're going to have a lot of views here. Hopefully you'll get some new tools in different ways. And I'd like to cover just a little bit of what we're doing and why we're doing it. And then we'll go into a channel and we'll bring the group's message in. I never know what they're going to say exactly, so we'll just have to kind of wait and see. But of course, this whole process is about working with the stress, working with the ideas of what this is and what this looks like, and some of the aspects of what we're doing in this area with our nervous system. So there's 2 pieces we're going to be working with. One of them is stress in general, which is many times just, taking on too much stuff. That's kind of this is what I look like most of the time, to be honest with you. The other one, of course, is inflammation. Stress many times causes inflammation in your world. And that is really, according to the group anyway, behind a lot of our illnesses outside of even the nervous system. But we're working with the nervous system, and we want to give you some tools, again, that the group has shown me that I think everybody can use, no matter what your belief systems, no matter what you have here. Kind of a different way of looking at things to kind of bring you in a different level. The inflammation, of course, as we mentioned, causes a tremendous amount of challenges in different ways. So we try to do the best we can to bring it down. We deserve to be happy and pain-free on this planet. Real simple. And I know that there's chronic issues that lay in that the group has talked a lot about. There's other things that have worked with over periods of time that we can work with. But I want to bring it down to the nervous system, and in particularly what the group has been talking to me about, and we have been working with in our Lightmaster group for over 20 years now, and that is the vagus nerve. The vagus nerve is the parasympathetic. Well, I'm going to show you both sides of it, because we have kind of a little bit of a conflict as to what the vagus nerve is. The vagus nerve is a nerve that travels through 6 of the 7 chakras in the body, covers a tremendous amount of things, is responsible for a lot. It is part of the autonomic nervous system. In other words, we don't have control over it. It's completely automatic. And I'm going to show you two different tides. First of all, I'm going to show you the kind of the new information that's here about that. And that comes from Stephen Porges. I'll simply mention it. He talks about the polyvagal theory, which is basically combining both sides of this into one. For this illustration, I'm simply going to show it to you the same way that the group has shown me. The vagus nerve comes down right behind the ears here. Here, I have a picture of it so you can see it. And it basically goes, as I mentioned, in different ways. But a lot of times when, one of the ways you can activate your vagus nerve is to smile. When you smile, there's a little tingle that comes down here. That's your vagus nerve. You can actually feel it. We do some exercises in our Lightmaster group about this as well. And of course, it's on both sides of the neck too, so it's not just on one side. And it goes down in many different ways. Now, the way the group showed it to me, and Stephen Porges basically says these two are combined into the vagus nerve, which makes a lot of sense. But they showed it to me as two different sides, the sympathetic and the parasympathetic. And the way that we describe this is fairly simple. Just imagine for just a moment that you're sitting on a wall, a little short wall, and you're looking out into the distance, and you're really relaxed and having a wonderful time, and somebody comes up behind you and pushes you off the wall. You do two things, and they both involve the vagus nerve. Well, they both involve your your autonomic nervous system. The first thing you do is you breathe in. You go very fast because that triggers the sympathetic nervous system, which drops the adrenaline in your blood, makes you awake, does everything of that nature. And then it's only about 3 foot high, so it's not a big deal. But when you land, you go another thing, you take another breath and you go, whew, I'm glad I'm okay. So you got the really fast breath and the very slow out breath. And that they showed me it this way for a purpose. They showed it this way so that we would understand the exercise that they wanted me to do. Now, how do we exercise the vagus nerve? Well, there's a ton of different ways of doing it. We have been doing it as humans for a very long time. One of them, of course, is meditation, going inside in different ways. Another, well, we can let him do it too. And then, of course, you have Tai Chi, you've got yoga, you've got prayer, you've got so many different ways of being able to work with this in different aspects, all of which clear out your vagus nerve. Why are we interested in clearing out the vagus nerve? Well, I don't know if science agrees with me, medical science agrees with me, but the group says we store stress in our vagus nerve. And as a result, we have difficulty functioning and especially connecting with other people and the outside world. Now, if you're empathic, like I am, like many people are, you tend to shut down and you tend to kind of hide sometimes because you don't want all this influence coming in, and you choose just the positive things and you try to avoid the negative things and so forth. Well, that to me, that means your vagus nerve is full of stress. And that's one of the things that we're going to show you a little bit about here today as we move forward into this. But there's so many wonderful ways of releasing this, and you can choose whatever works for you. Seriously, listening to music, some of the exercises Betty was just doing, there's all sorts of ways of releasing this tension in your body. And the body, like I said, the vagus nerve is really where it is. And we just did the smile. The funny part about the smile, when you have full of stress in your vagus nerve, you don't smile. You tend to just kind of walk around in different ways. So I'm going to share with you the vagus breath. Now, I made a little video to kind of work with one of our year-long continual classes. It's called Lightmaster. And we use this almost every week. We do vagus breath exercises. And you'll see different people doing very similar exercises in different ways. They all share pretty much the same thing: a quick in-breath and a very slow out-breath. You are breathing in to to trigger and to release the sympathetic nervous system, which is the one that drops all the adrenaline in, wakes you up really quick. And the other one is to calm down. That's the parasympathetic side, and that's the vagus nerve part that we're going to be working with here. So what I'm going to ask everybody to do is find a spot, a comfortable spot. We're just going to do it for a couple of minutes. I'll explain what we're going to do. We're going to take a couple deep breaths. First of all, several deep breaths in a row. We don't have to do it together. In through the nose, out through the mouth is generally the way that people will do it. And then we're going to go into this exercise. The video will show you that we're going to take 4 seconds to breathe in. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then we're going to go out to a count of 8. And at each side, we're going to pause twice. So I'll count it out. Hopefully I can keep track. Sometimes I daze off here and lose track myself, but I'll count it out. But if you can't keep up, don't worry about it. It's an exercise. You can always come back and do it later. This is going to be available for people to watch and so forth. But and when we take these fast breaths in, it's much easier if you'll just open your mouth and breathe in through the mouth and out through the mouth. If you take a fast breath in through the nose, many times you'll choke. There's a way of kind of blocking that. So again, I'm giving instructions, and I know some of you are just going to do it the way that you do it, and that's fine. That's perfect. So enjoy the journey. And so let's start, first of all, by taking several deep breaths in. Just in and out. You don't have to worry about timing anything. Good. Okay, keep breathing. Keep breathing. Here we go. Breathe it all out in just a second. Another one, breathe out. Here we go. In, 2, 3, 4. Pause, pause, out. 2, 3, 4. Pause. 5, 6, 7, 8. Pause, pause. In, 2, 3, 4. Pause, pause. Out. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Pause, pause. You're getting the hang of it now. Just let yourself go. Keep following it. Out. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Pause, pause. In. 2, 3, 4. Pause, pause. Out. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. All out. In. 2, 3, 4. Pause, pause. Out. 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8. In and in. 2, 3, 4. Pause, pause. Out. 2, 3, 4. Stop breathing. Your blood is well oxygenated. You don't need a breath. Allow your spirit to come forward now. Can you feel it? Can you feel the smile coming on your face? You can breathe whenever you want. Perfect. You have just cleared a lot of your own vagus nerve. That's one tool that you can use. And as we mentioned, there's many people that have come up with vagus breaths, breathing techniques. Everyone that I have seen involves a fast in-breath and a slow out-breath for the very reason that I showed you. Getting pushed off the wall, you take a fast in-breath, and then going out, you take a slow breath and you go, this is home. I'm okay now. Excellent. Okay, so wanted to kind of give you that one through part of the energies that we're working with. I'll bring the group in just a few minutes, but I do want to bring up a couple of other possibilities. Another thing that we find very popular in today's world is grounding. Grounding is huge for releasing tension in the muscles as well as the vagus nerve, but different parts of that simply connecting with the earth. Now, some of this is just walking barefoot in the grass or going out in the woods and just sitting for a while, touching things, bringing your body in contact with Mother Nature. It's an incredible way of doing things, and it's a way of really connecting your spirit in different ways. But you can also touch people. And many times when we get empathetic, when we get so sensitive that we're afraid to touch people or be around people, we build up a lot of stress in the vagus nerve, and that can be released very easily. There's many people I do private sessions with that just need touch. Now, I do private sessions over the internet, so I can't reach out and touch them, but I'll recommend to them a couple things. I'll recommend that they get massages once in a while, that they go walk on the beach, that they go walk in the woods, that they do something of that nature and they touch another human. Dogs are great for this, for grounding some of that energy out. So you have many different ways. Crystals, stones of any type can help you, again, ground in different ways to bring through some of the stress that you're carrying in many of the aspects. So a lot of that can be a way to ground as well. Everything from hugs, you can develop the habit of touching. Many times when I'm talking to a person, I'll take their arm or their hand, and I'll take their hand and I'll reach out and I'll touch their arm at the same time, or I'll put my hand on their shoulder while I'm talking to them. That is tremendous. It's another form of communication, basically, but it also balances your stress. It releases the energy. Don't worry about giving it to them. Most of the time, you're taking it from them. You will have a natural balance. You will balance each other very naturally in this ways. So this is a wonderful way to connect in different things. And these are some of the simple tools that the group has given me to work with some of this. You know, they call it practical magic. And although I'm very spiritual and I live in the metaphysical world all the time, the reality is if we can't use it every day to make our lives better, it's no use. It doesn't work. And certain things are going to work for different people, so try all of it. Find what works for you and use it the best you can. That's going to be one of the big pieces that I think all of you can do in different areas. So the touch can be everything from getting a dog or getting a cat to be in your lap. If you have grandchildren, be around them a lot. They're going to climb all over you. That's perfect. If you have a partner, develop that habit of hugging all the time. Anytime you see them, or when you pass them in the kitchen, just put your hand on them for a second. It's incredible what little things like that can build up to. And of course, you have intimate touch, you have sex, you have all the different areas of doing that if that's a possibility for you. So these are all wonderful ways of releasing a lot of the stress that the group says builds up in the vagus nerve. Now, there's another way that I want to share with you before I go into channel. And that is that many of you are healers, whether you know it or not. And many of you have come in this lifetime. I'm a big believer in reincarnation. Many of you have come in this lifetime to express that, or maybe to continue something that you were doing in the last lifetime, or maybe to correct something that you were doing in the last lifetime. So these are all, again, just the visions from the group and the way they show me things. But there is something you can do here, and that is sending energy. So there's all sorts of ways of sending energy, and try several of them on, because again, this energy builds up in the body and especially in the vagus nerve. And I'm just be able to point up here, the vagus nerve goes all the way down into the sexual centers. So it covers a tremendous amount. It's kind of iffy whether it actually goes into the sexual centers. The nerve itself stops just before that, but it seems to cover a lot of that as well. There's science is still deciding that. So it's either 6 of the 7 chakras or 7 of the 7 chakras that it covers. And basically, if you have digestive problems, like many people on this planet right now, that's vagus nerve. That's exactly what it is. If you're extremely obese, vagus nerve. There's a lot of things that they have found. They have found ways of actually making a little incision here and putting a little coil, little electrical coil in there to put a charge into your vagus nerve, and it works. It's pretty drastic because they have to open you up. We can do it simply by some of these simple exercises. Now you have to repeat it. It's not going to be on a battery where it's going all the time. But once you repeat it enough, it becomes part of you. So what about sending energy? Well, when I started channeling the group, I was a general contractor, so I did not have a history in any of this. And I found myself in a situation where the group was coming into me for the first time. And I was in a group of maybe 10 or 12 people. And I closed my eyes. It seemed like I was gone for an hour, but probably only 5 minutes. But they were all worried about me. And when I opened my eyes, they were all sending energy with their hands. Well, I didn't know what that was. I do now. You have huge energy centers in the palm of your hand. As we evolve into what we're calling the fifth dimension, you'll also be able to send energy through the tips of your fingers, however it works for you. If you want to see what I'm talking about, you can see lots of exercises, of course, with hands and healing hands, different ways of touch and even without touch to be able to do that. But what about an inanimate object? What happens when you touch a doorknob? More importantly, what happens when you touch something in public places? Well, you would think right away you have to go wash your hands. You know, I'm in airports a lot. There's always these escalators, and you kind of have to hang on. So you're working with these in different ways. I wonder about the germs that I pick up. So what I do when I put my hands on there, I send energy into those rails, knowing full well that the person behind me and probably 3 or 4 people behind me are liable to feel that energy. They're liable to pick it up and feel something positive that I intentionally left there. So sending love, sending energy through those ways is a perfect way also for you to clear your energy. So every time you touch a doorknob, think about it before you let go. Take a deep breath, put some energy into it. You live in a big family, it'll settle a lot of energies. If you're in a public space, you will create and plant seeds of love that you may never get to see them come to bloom, but they certainly will. Okay, so these are 3 basic tools, very simple, that the group has given me that we use in many different ways in this energy to be able to work with it. I hope you enjoyed that part of it. I'm going to go into channel right now. I'm going to, sometimes I make noises while I'm doing. So I'm going to bring this screen over. This is my website too. You can find me here much more on our YouTube. Give me just a moment. Greetings from home, dear ones. We are what the keeper calls the group. We have typically brought in at one entity or another, but today we wish to address you as a collective, all 9 of us. He's the 9th. So let us share with you what is taking place. As he's mentioned, we have been working with groups of people on this for more than 20 years with these same exercises. They work. They can help you change your life consciously. They can work with you in many different ways to be able to elevate your own frequency. Why would you want to elevate your frequency? Well, planet Earth is changing if you haven't noticed. Yes, we know you're all divided right now, but trust us, this will change. You have connections to be able to find new energies in different ways. You will adjust. You will move through new levels very quickly. So with that, we talk about the 5th dimension. You have come through the 3rd dimension, living there for a very long time in what we call polarity, or duality, if you will. You're moving out of that. And with that comes a whole variety of new energies. We can tell you there's no right or wrong in the fifth dimension. There's no black and white. It's all shades of gray. There's wonderful ways of looking at it, and your connection to other people becomes much stronger. Very similar to other times that you have been on Earth, including the days of Lemuria. Now, let's speak of this for just a moment, because as you move into this higher frequency, and we tell you the fifth dimension is not a place, it is a frequency. But as you start living in this higher realm, your physical bodies will change. It will take time. Your physical bodies have been built in duality. It's why you have two of everything. Well, wait a minute, you have more than two, but you have the idea. So the connection part is the most important part. You will start feeling the connection everywhere. As we mentioned, some of you are incredibly empathic. Some of you choose very carefully what energies you bring in, what food you eat, what people you put yourself around, what you listen to on the radio or the television, or what you read. Those are perfect. And yet, don't protect yourself, please. Expose yourself to as many things as you can. That gives you freedom. That gives you energy. That gives you insight as to why people act a certain way. It's perfect. And in the frequencies of the higher vibration, this vagus nerve takes on a whole new meaning. You'll learn how to live with it in a different way. You'll learn how to work in harmony with your spirit by working with your vagus nerve, by being able to clear. And as we've mentioned, even your own medical sciences are clearing very much now, all about inflammation, trying to find that inflammation is behind many of the diseases, many of the challenges that you experience in the physical body. Depression, anxiety, even the emotional challenges that many experience. Some of what you call the mental illnesses are triggered by these. You'll learn more about this as you evolve, because now you're about to have an explosion of technology. Yes, the technology is scary for some, and yet it's also going to solve many of the problems that you have, or at least give you insights to follow in a different way. So you'll be able to learn much more about what you have coming and where your energy is coming forward into this world. But know this. You see, let us tell you a brief story, because you may not know who you are the way we see you. Let us explain how we see you on Earth. We know that there's all these different belief systems, there's all these different cultures, there's all these different races. We hope you can take the race out of the human race. It is time, absolutely. The inclusion of everyone, everywhere, is what will set this into motion. Now, it's not easy. They wear different clothes than you. It's easy to become afraid of them. It's easy to think that they are taking something that should have been yours, especially if you're told that. So take a breath. And if you take it back far enough, you'll see that everyone came from home and everyone is connected there. It's like the two fingers on your hand. This finger knows this finger. They're separate. They have different personalities. They have different aspects and different purposes, but they're part of each other. Well, you are intricately connected on the other side of the veil, and what we call home, you may call it heaven. And yet, when you come here, you're still connected. You just can't see it. And that will start to change. As that starts to take place, you'll form different levels of communication, all of which can be blocked if you carry stress in different parts of your body. So we're going to give you the tools now to work with some of these things. You'll start to feel as much of your multidimensional selves coming back. You'll start to see things that you didn't think were possible. Even right now, some of you may start to be seeing what we call shadow figures out of the peripheral of your eyes. You'll walk into a room and you'll see some movement over here. You'll turn and it will disappear because it's in another dimension. But these dimensional walls are starting to thin. You're going to see magic take place here, right now. We're not talking about the next generation. We're talking about yours. So what can you do to evolve yourself, to balance yourself, to be a part of everything that you can be a part of? And we don't ask you to follow every religion or do everything that you may not harmonize with. Find what works for you. Follow it but certainly follow whatever you can with it. But also don't shut the door to everything else, because that causes the duality that keeps you locked in the third dimension, keeps you from evolving into a new way. So let us tell you this story. We call it the line in heaven. You see, we talk about Lemuria. We talk about Atlantis. And Atlantis came after Lemuria. Atlantis sank. The water's rising now. Isn't that interesting? But did it sink all at once? Did it sink overnight? No. They saw it coming. They knew it was happening, and they knew they couldn't do anything about it. It was already underway. So when Atlantis sank and millions died very quickly, afterwards, you as spirits stopped time. Now, time is an illusion anyway, but you stopped time and had a grand meeting of all the spirits that were ever involved here on Earth, whether it was Lemuria, whether it was Atlantis, whether it was other dimensional realities. But you see, you're a family. You're a grand family of humans. You've done this before in different places. We'll talk about that another time. But during this meeting, you all decided, because you make the decisions, you all decided that if you ever got humanity to a level where you could actually make that jump into the next level, because you were very close in Atlantis, that you would all jump in, that as many of the Atlanteans would jump in and incarnate, and all the Lemurians, anyone that had been there before, would come in and see if they can push humanity over the edge into the next level, into that higher vibration of what we call the fifth dimension. Well, it started to happen. And it was positive that this was moving in this direction. So suddenly Atlanteans started coming in. At first you called it the baby boom generation, but it continued and continued and continued. And many people came in. But an interesting thing happened before anyone came in. It was as if there was a long line in heaven, and the person at the front of the line turned around and looked at the person behind him. Now, when you're on the other side of the veil, you're not burdened with egos like you are here, so it's a little different. And that person looked at them and said, you know what? You have a better chance of making a difference here than I do. Why don't you take my spot and I'll move back? And a whole reshuffling of the line took place. And the highest vibration of humans were ready to come in. And here you are. You are those beings. You have made it. Yes, you don't remember it. You lose your memory in the veil every time you come in. You are the grand beings that came in to push this past the difficulties that you are now in. You can make a huge difference on this planet just by being you, by listening to your own spirit. Yes, you're going to listen to other things. You're going to educate yourself. You're going to do what you can to make a difference with other people. Sometimes just a smile makes a huge difference. What happens when you smile? You activate your vagus nerve. It sends out a signal. They smile too. And that is magic. And we'll tell you, this is the time to step forward, to make as many of these changes and differences as you can. Because you are grand beings, all of you. You made it here. The line shuffled. You are the highest vibration of beings that came back. Now, you won't remember it. And many of you are thinking, why am I here? I know I have contracts, but I want to see the small print. I don't remember signing this contract to play this game. But here you are, and you're magical. And we tell you, it can only be done by you. So we've talked about the tools. There's many other tools that you can use. We're sure you're going to find out more during this little episodes of gathering information. This is a magical way to do things. Share information openly, freely, and open up your hearts to take in as much as you can. You've come to make a difference. Your seat was reserved, and here you are. We are so happy to see you. And we know that humans and Earth are on an excellent path. Oh, yes, don't turn on your television. Don't believe the YouTube. Don't believe the stuff you're reading right now. See the higher realm and reach for it. You're creator beings, and you will create what you love the most. Enjoy this journey, dear ones. Know that you are magicians. We'll leave you with one final piece. We'll ask you, as we always do, to treat each other with respect, nurture one another, and play well together. But we also wish to remind you that when you smile, you send out a vibration of your vagus nerve that is huge. It affects other people, even if they don't see you. And you must remember that on the other side of the veil, with what we call home and may call heaven, the reality is laughter is the language of angels. So we're going to leave you with a little laugh. Hee hee. Sorry. That was their attempt at a joke. I'm a little dingy afterwards, but I just wanted to thank everybody for being here today. You're watching this, it's making a difference. And Sandra, thank you so much for inviting me. This is a joy.
Well, thank you, Steve, and thank you to the group of nines. I have to tell you, when you were talking about us being in line, I had tears.
So did I.
Very, very powerful. I appreciate it. It was a great transmission. I love the work. And for people who want to learn more about you and what you do, they can go to your website, steverother.org. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Aspav, everybody.
Welcome back, everyone. That was a really colorful session with Sleep Author and a group of nines. Wow, it struck a chord with me for sure. Up next is Nighttime Nervous System Care, Creating a Bedroom That Calms. Sleep is one of the most powerful regulators of the nervous system, and the space we sleep in matters more than we often realize. In this session, Catherine Troyer shares simple, practical bedroom and nighttime adjustments that help the nervous system wind down, creating a calmer environment that supports deeper and more restorative sleep. Welcome, Catherine.
My name is Catherine Troyer. I am the creator of Home Energetics, and we have been talking about how you can bring nervous system care into your home and into the environments that you are in every day. Today, I want to talk about a nighttime nervous system care and how it can help you create a calmer bedroom space or a nighttime space where you're spending most of your time. So your nervous system doesn't really just shut off at night, right? It transitions. And if that transition feels rushed, chaotic, or overstimulated, sleep becomes shallow, fragmented, and usually restless. I think we probably all know how that feels, right? I know I do. So tonight, we're not going to fix your sleep, but rather we're going to look at how we can create conditions for safety, because sleep is not something you force. It's really something that you allow, and that is ultimately allowed through the nervous system and the nervous system feeling safe at night. And I cannot tell you, in working with clients for the last 7 or 8 years, even before I got into feng shui and nervous system care, and I was just doing, design and decorating and home staging, I cannot tell you guys how many times I would go to a new client's house. They'd show me around everywhere, and they would always show me their bedroom. And 9 out of 10 times, their bedroom was a disaster. It wasn't finished. It was just like this catch-all room. And every single thing I heard was, well, we've done all these other spaces, and we're even going to do this other space for a second time, but we haven't done anything to our bedroom because, nobody sees it but us. And even before I was more educated on the energy of our environment, that always kind of made me a little sad, because I was like, well, you're not a nobody. You're seeing this room, and every night when you walk in, you should open the door to your bedroom and just be like, oh my gosh, this is such a great space. And that doesn't mean that you have to have this huge, crazy design budget. It means that you need an awareness of how important your bedroom is, and you need to tap into things that help bring softness and safety into the bedroom. And then from there, you can take that knowledge and apply it to your space in a way that feels like you, in a way that fits your lifestyle, in a way that fits your home. So that's what we're going to talk about today. So your bedroom should feel fundamentally different from the rest of your home. Not prettier or trendier, but quieter to your nervous system, safer. You should really just feel held as soon as you walk in the door. But again, like we've spoken about, many bedrooms are full of work energy, huge TV screens, lots of clutter, bright light, and unfinished emotional associations. And your body is going to read these at stay available, stay alert. Hey, we're not done yet. And if when you're trying to go to sleep, your nervous system and your body is saying, hey, we're not done yet, well, how do you think that impacts your sleep? Probably not great, right? So let's look at 3 different adjustments that you can make to your space pretty immediately that you can kind of start to play around with and maybe get some benefit out of tonight, or start to kind of move some things around and see how that feels so that you can keep expanding into that within your bedroom. So let's think about what you are seeing when you lie down in bed, because it matters. You can do this physically. You can go lay in your bed right now if you're able to, or you can do this later. But if you're laying down from your pillow, I just want you to look around. What does your nervous system land on? What do your eyes land on, right? What is anchoring your attention? Is it good? Is it bad? Is it calming? Is it chaotic? What is that? So you could then take this and say, okay, where are my eyes pulled, which is where our nervous system is subtly reading and we're not necessarily registering it right away. But look for things to remove or relocate, like work items. So if you have your office in your bedroom, that's something that you can either cover at night or find a totally new space outside of your bedroom if that's possible. Is there any visual clutter? So think the chair in the corner stacked with a pile of clothes that, maybe you haven't felt like putting away, which is okay. However, if you're looking at it at night and thinking about how guilty you feel for not putting it away, the trade-off is you getting less good sleep because that's going on in your brain and in your nervous system while you're trying to relax. And if there are any emotionally charged objects. So think about, for example, if you went through a breakup or a divorce, and you have this piece of artwork that you guys bought together and you really like the artwork, right? It's a beautiful scene. However, every time you look at it, you think of buying it with your old partner or the trip that you were on when you bought it. And that's dead energy. It needs to go because that's not part of your life anymore. It's not part of where you're going if that association is there. Now, if you have something, that's from an old home, but you don't have bad associations to it or that person, that's a totally different story. But think of anything you might have a bad memory or association with. That would be an emotionally charged object in a negative way. And we want to get that out of our space, especially the bedroom. Because really our eyes are portals, right, to our nervous system. So let's now think about, so we've looked around our space, right? We've identified places that we might be feeling off or unsettled or charged in a negative way. Now let's just move to the bed, because your bed and your body while in your bed should feel very anchored. So some simple ways that you can kind of add some containment to the bed is making sure that you have a solid headboard and footboard if possible, or at least a solid wall behind your head, but a headboard is extremely important. If you don't have the budget to just go out and buy a new bed and you don't, have a headboard, look on Facebook Marketplace or thrift store, something like that you can get something that provides solid, safe energy behind your head, right? Because we're very vulnerable when we're asleep and our body knows that. Think about looking at heavier bedding or multiple blankets. A lot of times, especially if we have been through trauma in our lives, especially trauma at a young age, feeling safe kind of also needs to feel like being nested in your space, right? You need a weight. I know this is something that is very true for me. It's extremely hard for me to sleep with like just a sheet on, even if I'm really hot, because it feels unsafe to me, and having weight of something. And there are so many alternatives now. Like if you get really hot, you don't necessarily need, down bedding, right? Because that can make you really hot. But there are all different things that you can look at. So if you feel like you need some weight and that makes you feel better, you could even experiment with this, right? Whether you're by yourself or you have a partner or kids, you could, let's try a sheet and then another blanket and then another blanket, and see when your body just is like, oh, this feels good to me, right? And then you'll kind of know the weight that you want to feel while you're resting, while you're getting ready for sleep. And something else is right outside the bed, we have nightstands, and we always want to have 2 matching nightstands on either side of the bed for adults. Kids are a slightly different story, maybe a topic for another time, because we can get, pretty deep into that. But 2 balanced nightstands. even if they're minimal, even if they're small. I live in a small apartment right now. I literally just have two small round like side tables that I use as nightstands because that's what fits. They were really inexpensive. I think I got them at TJ Maxx or something like that. Again, look on Facebook Marketplace. Oftentimes you can find things for free. But you're going to want that balance because, again, that's helping to anchor the bed in the space that it's at. And it's also giving you and possibly the person sharing the bed with you a place to put your things, a place to have a golden light source, right? Like where you have your lights. And so that's going to help stimulate balance and safety within the body. And the third thing I want to talk about is light as a signal. So bright overhead lighting at night is such a disruptor to the nervous system. Like think of like the big light. We don't want that at night unless we are like desperately trying to find something or get a task done, because it alerts and wakes up your nervous system and your body. And that's not what we want to do at night. So switch to, instead of using the big light at night, especially in your bedroom, switch to lamps, right? Lamps that go on your nightstand, one on your dresser. Switch to warm bulbs, right? So like your soft white is really great. And also if you can get away from the LED lights and go back to incandescent lights, so many studies have been done on how we are affected by LED light versus incandescent light, because the LED is kind of like slowly flickering in the background, and why we can't necessarily see it with our eyes. Our body and our nervous system actually picks up on that, and it causes disruption, right, to our body and to our circadian rhythm. So if you can switch back to incandescent bulbs, that would be amazing. Go for a soft white, because this isn't about task lighting. This isn't about seeing. This isn't about doing our makeup. This is about providing warm, golden, calm light that we're going to use at night to help settle ourselves down, right? Light is a instruction, okay? Dim light says, okay, it's safe to power down. It's safe to start settling. So before you go to sleep tonight, I want you to, lay in your bed, maybe place a hand on your chest, one on your lower belly, and just say quietly or think quietly to yourself, okay, this day is complete. Nothing else is required of me. It's safe to rest. Let your bedroom become the place where your nervous system practices letting go. I hope this was helpful for you guys. If you would like to learn more about your home's nervous system, visit my website, myhomeenergetics.com, or you can also follow me on TikTok and Instagram. It's just Catherine_Troyer.
Wow, what a day, everyone. I think I'm going to follow some of the tips we have and take just one deep breath. And then I'm going to end up with what Steve Rother recommended and just do a great big smile and get that vagus nerve cleared and stimulated. This has been a beautiful day. So I'm going to start with the day one wrap up. As I just wanted to say thank you to everyone for being here, for taking time out and spending your time with us. Today's conversations, they really reminded us that the nervous system care, it doesn't have to be complicated. And it's definitely not one size fits all. We explored so many different entry points. We had Steve talk about music and Betty talk about intuition. We talked about energy and embodiment, and each one offered a simple invitation to just slow down, notice, and create a little more steadiness. Tomorrow is day 2. We're going to keep building on this foundation. We have some new perspectives out there, continuing the conversation around stress, resilience, and what it really looks like to support ourselves in everyday life. There's also a lot more coming. I'm really glad that you joined us today. Take care of yourself, and we'll see you tomorrow for day 2. And we are going to close with some of that beautiful music from Martyrs of Sound. Let that absorb into your nervous system. Great way to end the day. See you tomorrow, everyone.